You look at all those goals, those targets, which must be achieved, and they must be measured. The next target, 9 to 13, of course I have increased because of space. Manage wild species sustainably to benefit people. Wild species. When we talk of wild species here, in fact, there was a time we had a problem of what is wildlife. Some people thought wildlife are only the big mammals, the big five, and there's a few others that are related to them. Trees were not coming in. Microorganisms, of course, are not mentioned in that. Insects, maybe sometimes. Wildlife, anything in the wild that's not domestic is part of wildlife. So we need to do that. We need to enhance biodiversity, sustainable agriculture, aquaculture, fisheries, and forestry. All these, which I'm sure you can read much faster, are important targets to be achieved by 2030. And lastly, we have to strengthen biosafety and distribute benefits of biotechnology. Whenever we mention biotechnology and biodiversity, actually all our ears get opened. They start feeling that biotechnology is both good and bad. It brings some things which we must have, and at the same time be careful. It is likely to exploit your resources, or it's likely to injure you, or it is being proposed by the developed world for us to suffer from. No. Biotechnology is a technology which we must be in it, and we must therefore use it sustainably. Even a gun, a pistol is a good weapon if I have one here to defend myself. But if I misuse it, I can shoot you with it. That's misusing. So we need to understand all that. And the last one, of course, ensure gender equality and a gender responsive approach for biodiversity action. Now let me give an example of a set of indicators for target 2, 30 by 30. It is we call it the restoration target. Restore 30% of degraded areas. The headline indicator, areas under restoration. So we can measure area under restoration on an annual basis and give the trend. Component indicator, extent of natural ecosystems by type. Each natural ecosystem. I'm not sure whether in this country we have a list of all our ecosystems and assess their potential. So we need to measure all of them and show this the extent. Maintenance, then it has 2 component indicators, maintenance and restoration of ecosystems, connectivity. Ecosystems must be connected. There is nothing like an independent ecosystem. If you want it to die, it will die very quickly. I'm sure some of you may have joined us some years back when we were demonstrating about Nairobi National Park, wondering why the EPZ and the other infrastructure coming along the road are blocking animal migration from the Nairobi National Park to other places. So ecosystems must be connected, and it's high time we identified those areas where connections have been reduced to 0 and reopen the connections. Now, there are 14 complementary indicators. Now, and here I put them. The last one, I propose it myself. It doesn't exist in that list. We have, for example, index of species reality sites, free-flowing rivers, biodiversity habitat, red list indicators, but we do not have insect diversity and abundance indicator. I'm just showing that it is possible to also come up with the insect indicators. But why have we not done so? First of all, insects as indicators will yield more reliable and comprehensive results. High insect biodiversity and abundance, ecosystem interactions, they are everywhere, sensitivity to environment change, ecosystem function indicators, broad geographic coverage, cost effective. In other words, insects can yield more data and more accurately, but there are challenges. The challenges, and I say before we talk about challenges, let's set up a working hypothesis. This is ours now. If by 2030, insects are not fully integrated into the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the biodiversity vision 2050 of humanity living in harmony with nature is unlikely to be realized. Now that one is up to us to defend it. Insects are at the center of key human livelihood activities, including food production, human livestock health services, forestry, marine, freshwater, development, education, environment. They're everywhere. So if they are not mainstreamed, then we lose a major component of biodiversity. Changes in insect numbers and types of species, population densities and trends, migration, general behavior would signal ecosystem changes as well as environmental health. The challenges, of course, proceed on the problem of gathering data. Insect, we don't have adequate data collections. Inventories are not there. I can say, I've said here, they are scattered, they have institution monopoly, they are not yet digitalized. They are based on few taxa, very few formal publications on insects. Insect biodiverse valorization, the values of insects, ecological, economic, and social, have not been comprehensively done. Awareness of insect biodiversity, despite the fact that Aichi biodiversity target, which said by 2020 at the latest, people are aware of the values of biodiversity and the steps to conserve and use them. Put insects there. Despite that, that target, that particular plan came to an end with little success. We also have a challenge in standardization of methodologies. Difficulties in sampling over large areas. It's easy to sample elephants or rhinos or giraffes, but it's much more difficult to sample insects. Some areas are inaccessible, thick forests, large water bodies, even aerial sampling is an issue. Sorting out the huge collections and making sense out of them. So we do have methodology challenges. We also have challenges in fair and equitable sharing of benefits accruing from insect genetic resources. In many cases, insect genetic resources are derived from biodiversity-rich regions like Kenya, which are weak in financial and technological resources. When you are weak, you will lose what is yours. Then access and biodiversity sharing and benefit sharing law is lacking. I'm aware we don't have any here myself because I participate in the development of the policy and the law up to 2019. And from there it lied somewhere. It is somewhere fully developed, waiting for verification. I think we can put pressure and it can be revived if we can get adequate substance. Propose solutions. And I draw the business to the Association of Kenyan Entomologists. First, AKE should believe in itself first and strategize to be the custodian of activities and reports touching on insects in respect of the implementation of the CBD. AKE should also be the custodian of insect biodiverse knowledge and hence the leader in policy development in this sector within the East Africa region. Again, it should be the government advisor and should regularly issue technical position on matters entomological, should participate fully in the intergovernmental platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services. It should be the watchdog on violations against good science and technology on insect knowledge and hence a champion agency of insects as indicators. Finally, it should be a service provider on insect science and technology in the region. In science and technology are the key issues. So we need to study, insects must be studied and comprehensive inventories of the key insects made, all of them. Insects' functional roles in ecosystems should be established and quantified. Insect contribution to human food security quantified. Insect contribution to health sector quantified. Insect breeding and mass production technology developed. So we need to do all that. Let's look at some technologies for insect biodiversity research and data management for the GBF. To mainstream insect biodiversity to GBF, a lot of data are required to overcome the data deficiency. Insects are much more difficult to measure than mammals and trees, but by using the modern digital tools outlined below, insect data may turn out to yield more reliable and comprehensive data. And I say in red here, there is no doubt in my mind that in this area a lot of capacity building is needed. And likewise, I say, I confess my little knowledge on this and zero experience in the areas which I'm going to mention below now, the interventions. These are some of the technologies that we need to now start looking to if we haven't already started. Automated sampling and monitoring. From the sweep net and the suction pumps, we go to drones, automated traps, and the artificial intelligence technologies. That's where we need to be now. We need to move to image recognition and machine learning. Environmental DNA and genomics, mobile applications and citizen science, geographic information system and remote sensing, big data and cloud computing, e.g. Hadoop, Internet of Things and sensors, statistical and computational modeling. All these are now the latest approaches which we can use, and they are already being developed and used elsewhere to work with, to study insects. We need to establish a regional insect biodiversity program. You know, we must grow. If we want to move, we must grow. We have been taking milk for too long. Let's not start taking old stuff. This should be justified by verified data on the value of insects. The contribution of insects to the national budget and accounting should be calculated accurately. We need to show that insect can contribute to the national accounting. National expenditure to solve, manage issues related caused by insects should be accurately calculated. Using the theory of change, estimate the role insects would play in the realization of GBF by 2050. Demonstrate the viability of the regional insect biodiversity program once it is established. And I am already proposing be established at the Africa Savannah Technology Hub at Konza. That's the technology hub. And why not? Conclusion. Living in harmony with nature will demand that each and every species living be recognized as having rights of existence. We humans must be prepared to share the planet with all other life forms. Competition for resources is natural, but elimination of one species as a consequence of competition is not natural. Our goal as entomologists has always been to understand the functioning of the planet through the insect eye. We are right on track in our business by getting restless when the GBF fails to mention insects directly as an indicator list. But the entomologists are to blame for their insufficient involvement in GBF. I wish to challenge the AKE to develop a project for funding to mainstream insects into the Biodiversity Plan 2050. A workshop should be held urgently to deliberate on the need to produce an insect-based indicator where possible for each of the 23 targets. The exercise will serve to mainstream modern technologies and concepts into insect research, control, and academic programs. It will also build the capacity of entomologists in the use of modern digital technologies. AKE will then entrench to become an indicator champion agency. May the insects live forever. Thank you very much for your attention.
A better clap for Professor, please. A good challenge has been given out, and Ake and anybody dealing with insects, I'm sure you will do something. So I'll ask you, I know you have so many questions, please write them somewhere. We have a rapporteur who will be going around as you raise up your hand so that you give out the questions. The question sessions will be done after all the 3 keynote speakers have given their speech. And now may I take this opportunity to give you a small but very rich bio of our next keynote speaker. So our next keynote speaker has 35 years postgraduate teaching and 50 years research experience in designing and implementing livelihood-related program, bringing together insect farmers, income, and the environment. He is a native of Nagpur, I hope I'm pronouncing it clearly, India. Growing up in the 1960s, he experienced firsthand the struggles faced by farmers. His interest in contributing towards the creation of income-generating options that will improve community livelihoods was inspired by his father. Kudos to the father in the house. He grew up helping in dairy and agricultural farming. Prof. and his MSc in entomology and cytogenetics in 1971, obtaining a gold medal for being the top notcher. He then obtained a PhD in 1975, probably 3/4 of you are not, in insect neuroendocrinology from the same university. He has earned a vast experience, and he gained more experience in working in various institutions. Among them, we have Montana State University, we have IDRS Canada, we have NAGPA University. We have several of them here that I've mentioned. I may not be able to mention all of them. Prof joined ISIPE in 1990 as a senior research scientist, and while in ISIPE, he worked in the ISIPE commercial insects, where he was able to give a lot in sericulture and modern apiculture enterprises. He also worked with the honeybees and the silk moth. Prof established the African Reference Laboratory for Bee Health. That was in Ethiopia. He worked in Kenya, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Liberia, with various organizations. We also have Prof has published over 130 peer-reviewed papers, 5 books, 10 proceedings, over 40 donors report. He has supervised 35 PhD students, 50 MSc scholars, and 6 MPhil from India, Africa, China, Canada, and the UK. Cumulatively, he has contributed to the training of more than 50,000 farmers, and he is a consultant to several international and national agencies such as SAC, FAO, IFAD. He returned to India from ISIPE in 2017 and joined the Center of Sericulture Bioresource Management Research. Recently, he raised large grants for 6 research projects: apiculture, sericulture, mushroom, aquaculture, and goat farming, under Sankalp scheme, Government of India, for training and capacity building of farmers in the Vidarbha region of Maharashtra. His aim is to contribute to the conservation and sustainable utilization of biodiversity, defining strategy for climate change, mitigation, and adoption. Members, join me to be able to invite Professor Suarez K. Reina. Please. Please, you clap until he's here. I'm sure most of you are under him.
Yeah, which one to go? No, it's not.
Back to the beginning.
It's not going back.
Sorry. Restart. Restart. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm greatly honored, and I was surprised also when she was reading my CV. I didn't know about me. Yes, I feel like coming back home because I've spent 27 years in Kenya, from 1990 to 2017, and it seems that everything is the same. It seems it is yesterday that I left, but it's 7 years after I'm coming back. As soon as I went back, I joined my old university of Nagpur, which is based in Maharashtra, and as an international technical advisor, plus advisor to many other organizations. And I think I was given only one task, to raise fundings, which I was also doing here. So, first of all, my thanks to the organizers for inviting me here. My talk is very specific. First of all, let me thank Professor Gideon. Fantastic talk and very comprehensive. And let's clap one more time for him. I've learned a lot, although I have been learning, but this time I have learned a lot from your lecture. But I'm very specific of my projects, right? So my project is the skill development of farmers in livelihood options through research underpinning in Vidarbha region of Maharashtra. This is a pilot project. Luckily, we applied for a grant called Sankalp, S-A-N-K-A-L-P, which is also in Africa. And this is World Bank funding, which is given to the country. And my country also got around $250 million. Out of that, I could grab $1 million. And all my 6 proposals got through. And that's what I'm going to explain you here, how we are training farmers, how we are giving skill to the farmers. Yeah, I come from India, and this is the state of Maharashtra. That corner, if you see, there are 4 districts, and that is the Nagpur here. No, there's no indicator. Pointer.
The next slide, just point it over there. It will move. Just point it, then these 4. Point it.
Oh.
Just point next.
It's from there.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Now this is the place where I come from. This is our state, our district, not state. State is this one. And it has a big area and a big population. So we are given this project for these 4 districts. This is my university administrative office, that's the entrance, and it is in 113 acres. Behind you have all kind of departments. And this is my small center of sericulture and bioresource management, which was of course again built by IDRC and other fundings long time ago. And most of the kids, school children, they come to see the sericulture, apiculture, mushroom farming, fish farming here in this center. So this is the Sankalp scheme of Government of India in agro-based enterprises for income generation. And its aim is at imparting on-site training to farming communities in Vidarbha region of Maharashtra, so as to create self-employment, to make them financially stable. Now the grant has one condition. Although we have got $1 million, but they pay us only 700,000. 300,000 they pay only when you show exactly whether it is sustainable or not. No, I think, oh, all right. So you have to give the proof of sustainability, you have to give the impact indicators, and you have to make sure that the farmers are really making their incomes. Then only you get paid. I mean, this may be the condition of World Bank as well. So we have introduced the research-based technology to improve the yield of livelihood products for the markets. This is magic. Now, 6 business training programs for skill acquisition and knowledge awareness for livelihood promotion, they are approved for 3 years. Now that is a full form of Sankalp, Skill Acquisition and Knowledge Awareness for Livelihood Promotion. And this project is for 3 years, and we have started this in 2024. So we have to climb the skills-based success ladder through training and capacity building one by one. You have to train the farmers, you have to give the infrastructure, you have to make sure that they are generating the income, and then you have to attach them to the market. These are the 4 tasks we have. And unless you achieve that, you don't get that $300,000 back out of 1 million. Now these are the courses for livelihood skills. These are technical and vocational courses that we have: apiculture, honey and hive products, for bee pollination for enhancement of crop yield, bamboo cultivation and medicinal plants. This is for industrial and pharmaceutical products, mushroom cultivation and byproducts, and aquaculture, biofloc fish technology, food and commercial products. Now, we don't do the normal fish cultivation. It's a biofloc fish cultivation technology, which saves water, space, plus any farmers can do it in his farm. I'll explain you how we can do that. Sericulture, silk and silk products, and finally goat farming, food and commercial products. Now for all from 1 to 5, we provide training in our Bioresource Research Center. But for the goat farming, we have to take the trainees to some other farm or NGOs, because we are not allowed to keep the goat in the university campus. But there are several challenges. Variability of rainfall. In my region, it's a dry zone. It's a dry area. Vidarbha is very dry. You know, when I left the country day before yesterday, it was 46 degrees centigrade. And I landed here, it was 18 degrees centigrade. What a change. So it took me 1 day to adjust from that hot to the cold climate. And there's a poor irrigation and increased cost of cultivation. Because it's a dry zone, the canals are very few and less irrigation is there. Then there's a lot of use of chemical fertilizers. Then loss of pollinators also, due to use of chemical pesticides on the crops. You know, in some of the areas you don't see insects, which Professor was mentioning, that if you don't see insect, that means there is something wrong. Yes, there is something wrong there. Scanty labor force in the farmland. Very few people would like to work because of hot season in hot area. Then they don't have knowledge on off-farm agro-based enterprises. Very little. So our project goal is to skill development of rural households in agro-based enterprises in 4 districts of Maharashtra. These are the names of the districts which I've shown you in the map, to improve their income security. The main objective is to build capacity of rural farmers, especially women and youth, through on-site training in agro-based technology for self-employment generation, for increased production and export of products in primary and processed form. Now the activities which we perform is provide research-based training, equipment, beehives and infrastructure support to farmers. Now our government support is huge. You can see those hives which are lying next to my research station, and they have provided this to the farmers. Like when you train farmers, you also inform the government that you are doing this and 400 people are there and they need hives. So they give you hives, very little subsidy, I mean the fully subsidized hive almost. Because normally you pay $70 per hives, colonized hives. But when the farmers get it, he pays only $7. That is the subsidized rate by the government. So that's how the farmers can take up very easily. We give 6 hives to each farmers. Then establish common post-harvest processing unit. So when they do the production, when the honey production takes place, or when the silk production, when the fish and all those kind of things, we provide a marketplace. Marketplace is a building, big hall, bigger than this one, where you have all the equipments. They can go and extract their honey there and then bottle it there, nicely packed. And the traders, we bring the traders in, and the traders take the honey away, or fish or silk or whatever. Then we have to link the farmers to the market in association with private or cooperative sectors that we already have, which just they only need the product. Once you have the product, market is there. And India is a huge country. So I'll show you each and every activity where we either give Langstroth hives. See, there are 2 types of hives, Langstroth and Sirena hives. These are the 2 domesticated species. Apis mellifera, Africa you have Apis mellifera, and you have different subspecies, Cutulata and many other. But we have Apis mellifera in India. So either you give farmers this one, or give, when there's a harsh place, you give Sirena. Sirena does very well in very harsh climate. This one is bit fragile, and it absconds very fast if the weather is not conducive for. Once you establish the hives in 6 to 8 months, if you have a good floral cycle, then you harvest the honey in 9 to 10 months, maximum by 11, 12 months. See, when the honey is ready, you can see the hives look like this, white capped. The honeybees, they seal the comb, and you see all white cap. So when the white cap is seen, that means the honey is completely matured. And then you harvest it. So honey harvested in 9 to 10 months, it's extracted, it's filtered, and it's bottled. Now there are different colors and flavors, but these colors and flavors depend on the flora visited by the bees. Once you have these bottles ready, it goes to the market straight. And in addition, we have wax, propolis, royal jelly, and pollen are also harvested. Wax, I'll tell you how wax is harvested. You can see now, this is a complete frame full of honey. You scrap the top layer, that wax comes out, plus the comb is also inside. But the comb, you reuse it for 2nd time, and then 3rd time you remove the comb. And then you put it in the hot water, not directly boil, but put it in the cloth and put inside the bucket or whatever utensils. Then the wax comes up and makes the plate. Then you can use those different molds to make the candles. Or it can directly go to the pharmaceutical company for making lipsticks and many other things. Now this is the honeybee. You can see how bees produce the wax. These are the 4 glands at the abdomen. They squeeze it, and then you get 4 this side, 4 that side plates. These plates are chewed by the worker bees, and the worker bees then make this kind of comb. This is how the wax story of wax cakes and candles are made. Now then we go to the royal jelly production, which is quite good. Now, why we teach people royal jelly production is because then they make the queens. In the process of making the queens, on 4th day you extract the jelly. Now, what is royal jelly? Royal jelly is a cream extracted by the mandibular glands in the head and hypopharyngeal glands of honeybees. These 2 glands, they give the jelly-like substance, and because that jelly is used by the worker bees to feed the queen larva To make the queen, it is called royal jelly. Royal comes from the queen. Now, these are some of the queens we are making. See, when you, these are the queen cups, right? And these cups are filled with royal jelly. On fourth day, if you don't remove it, then it becomes watery. It remains liquid. The white stuff comes from the mandibular gland. It has 10-HTA protein, very powerful. And this royal jelly is fed to the queen larva throughout her lifetime, so that she lays 2,000 eggs per day. Yes, I repeat, 2,000 eggs per day. That's the power of the queen. Now, what we used to do, this is what I was doing in Isipe. We extract the royal jelly, then this is a lyophilizer, which makes the jelly into powder form. This powder form goes to the capsule making process, and you get the royal jelly capsule. It's a very, very nice, but not every farmer can do it. But we teach this to those farmers who have been practicing apiculture since long time, and they are well-to-do farmers. Then only you can teach this technology to them. Now, once you have the hives ready and the nice bees ready, then you can use those hives for pollination services, which normally we are doing it now in Orange Belt and other area. See, my area is Orange Belt. So we normally keep hives there during orange blossoms, so that you get 20-25% more productivity. Now, if you see the cost of this to each farmer, the cost of this pilot project will cost $550 US, including extractor, tools and accessories. This is what we give to each farmer. And the average honey produced per hive is 12 kg, because what we consider, we normally give them 6 hives, but we count only 5 for production calculation, so that they get 60 kg. And farm gate price in India is $4 a kilo, and depending on the floral types. And the farmer can make $240 in the first harvest and recovers 45% of the establishment cost. Any problem? Now, if you see the pollination, very essential. Some of the things, if the bees don't pollinate, you can't get them. Like strawberry is one of them. Once, you see, these are the graphs taken from Faust, Stat and all that. The 13 plants are very, very essential. They need pollination, otherwise they don't do anything well. And high pollination is required in 30 plants, modest in 27, and little in 21%. There is 16%, they don't require any pollination. But the majority of the plants, they require pollination. Like coffee is a self-pollinated plant. But if you put bees in the coffee farm, which we did here also, and if you put in the coffee farm, you get more berries, right? The berries increase. So that's why pollination is very, very essential. And when we give farmers the hives, we teach them pollination first, that you have to keep the hives in your farm to get more productivity of the agricultural crops. Bees are not the only pollinators. These are different pollinators, very good pollinators. See, in the 7 families of superfamily Apoidea, you have these 7 different families who are very good pollinators. Like Halictidae is a very nice pollinators of fruit crops. Then Megachilidae is also very good. But Apidae is the only family that gives honey these bees do not give honey, so we don't call them honey bees, we call them bees. So if you place 3 to 4 strong honeybee colonies of A. mellifera or A. serena per acre to be placed at 4 corners of the field, we normally recommend them not to put on the south side. Instead, they should put in the center, right? South side, we get very poor result if you put the hives in the south side. Otherwise, east is the best. So 3 to 4 colonies, we recommend them 4 strong colonies. And then they get 20-25% more yield in the agricultural products. This is the best Osmia species. I liked it. It's a European one. It's not in India. But this is the very good pollinator for the fruit crops. Now, very recently in India, we got another species of honeybee. Like the worldwide, the honeybee species the number was 10, but from 2022, the number has increased to 11. It's Apis caryngodion is evolved form of Apis cerana, and it's a black bee and has the capability to produce large amount of honey with a thicker consistency than other species. Of course, the wings work very fast, that's why. The thick and thin honey is because of the vibration of the wings that they evaporate the water from the nectar. And this is probably in the humid environment of the Western Ghat, distinguished by its dark appearance. And this is the very good innovation, discovery, which has increased the number of honeybee species to 11. This is done by Agriculture Canada, Kerala Agriculture University in India. Now, if you see the recent advances in apicultural research, nowadays mobile apiary management is very common in India. Artificial intelligence and robotization you can control, and beehive monitoring to save the bee biodiversity. Then since last 20 years, the research revealed that queen worker communication, see, always the hive works with the queen worker communication, and queens 2010, that there is another secondary queen pheromonal system of dual coding of single sex pheromone receptor exists that is as powerful as these two hormones. Now still they are working on it, and we do not know the exact function of those two. Then the third advance is thermosolar hive. This is good where the temperature is very cold. Like this can be useful even in Kenya. And this is good in Europe, this is good in North India, where the temperature goes down. And when the temperature goes down, there is a lot of varroa mite attack. So when the hives, this is the rooftop solar.
Interruption. 1 moment. An announcement.
Pardon?
I'm making an announcement.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry for the interruption. I'm told that the media should go to the exhibition side. The guest of honor is there. So media, please. Can we all avail ourselves? Media only. The rest we are remaining here as a professor concludes. Thank you.
Sorry, this is the queen communication. Now, thermosolar hive is to protect against pests that might wipe out the colony. It has a rooftop solar panel and heats the hive's interior to a temperature that bees can tolerate but varroa mite cannot. So you can save the bees biodiversity by using thermosolar hives. Then there is a hive tracking system. This is cloud-based software, right? It is used to monitor hive condition, population, temperament, and honey stores. So when when you check the temperament is not good, do not open the hives. And when you see the honey is already full, then you open the hives and extract the honey. So this is very good hive tracking tools we have. Then Bee Smart. Now Bee Smart is very good. It gives the database of bee-friendly plants by various attributes, including pollinator and soil type, right? Then we have BuzzBox. This is one I have purchased already. This sensor uses AI to detect issue like missing queen. If your colony has no queen, the colony dies. Every colony has one queen. So you have to make sure that your colony has a queen, and a very strong queen. An attack by parasites, you get a buzz alarm, you get alert alarm. And this is very good BuzzBox. It costs $120 something. It's a chip. You just attach this thing. It's a costly, but one time you can do it. FlowHive. This I have not used, but it's being used by my friends in the United States. By turning a lever on this innovative hive to start the honey extraction without opening the hive and distributing the bees, disturbing the bees, right? So this is a very good technology which is now coming up in the apicultural research. Then current status of honey market in India, we have about $330 million market, and which can grow to $750 million over the years. We are the 6th major natural honey producers, and global market is 8.45 billion in 22, expected to 8.98 by 2030. Every time you have to. Right. Then we go to the bamboo cultivation. This is very interesting thing, which every farmer nowadays, when they get the grant or whatever, they have to plant. This is compulsory. Bamboo cultivation, it supports environmental management and carbon footprint reduction. You know that the bamboo stores 60 tons of carbons every year and per acre, and that's very important because of the pollution going on all over the world. It's a model enterprise for charcoal. Agarbatti is this, which normally in India it is used very regularly in all the religious places. And bamboo products. Then diversified livelihood. If you take 1 acre, it accommodates 240 saplings. Normally what we give, we provide tissue culture saplings. We don't give the normal, if you give normal saplings, it takes 7 years for harvest. If you give tissue culture, it takes 4 years. So nowadays, we are just developing tissue culture labs in every district, every places, and then providing them the tissue culture bamboo saplings. And with proper harvest, you get about 216 can be harvested. So in one clump, that is a one stem, that is called clump, of bamboo plants, the number of culms that comes out of 5. So you have 5 plus 1, 6. Each one is 50 kilograms. So you get about 90 kilograms for one plant. Now 1 acre of land produces 1080 culms. Culm means those side branches. Average each culm is 15 kg, and that is a biomass is 16.20 tons. Then average sale price of bamboo culm per piece is $1.3 in India. So if farmers can get about 404 in the 4th year of planting, first harvest. Profit from this, like you have to invest little bit on fertilizer and water, that is $376. plus if you minus this, you get 1028 per acre that continues for 20 years. So once you plant bamboos at the outskirts, we tell them to plant at the outskirts of their field. They don't have to waste their mainland. So outskirts, 2 or 3 rows of bamboo plants will fetch very good money. Plus it stores 60 tons of carbon per acre per year and is effective carbon dioxide absorbers. So you can get carbon credit as well. Why this one is giving problem? It's a big carbon sink. Bamboo is a big carbon sink. You see, 1 carbon credit is 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide and is bought and sold to international broker or online retailers at US dollars 40 to 80. China and India are the largest seller of the carbon credits. Now 13.96 million hectares of forest land in India is covered by bamboo, and total bamboo harvest in India is 0.35 billion, and products have a potential export value of US dollars 4.46 billions. If you see the molecular and hormonal regulation, the main thrust of research is to increase the internodal. Now they say there's less time I have, so let me rush. This one is giving me problem. Now then we go to the aromatic plants. We have many different aromatic plants used by the pharmaceutical companies, and I'll just show you one. Aloe vera, processing and economics. And aloe vera is a succulent medicinal plant, and in 14 to 16 months of sowing rhizomes, you get the production, and then the farmers can earn money. This is what we teach to the farmers, how to improve their skill in these things and get the funds generated. This one is not generating. Then we go to the mushroom. There are 3 types of mushrooms we teach farmers to grow. One is button mushroom, second is oysters, and third is shiitake. Now these are very easy to grow. You need compost, and then you need a good amount of nitrogen in that one. Put in the bag, and then you put the spawn inside, and once you're spawning, it's a casing period comes in. When the button comes up, casing means covering with a very good soil, and then you crop it. So it takes about, in 2-3 weeks, you can get the mushrooms that go straight to the market. Now these are the medicinal mushrooms, very, very important. If you see, this is called lion's mane mushroom. This is very good for brain development. This is the turkey tail. Turkey tail is very common even in Karura forest. Yesterday I got some turkey tail on this thing. You just make decoction, and that is good for it reduces serum cholesterol, it improves mental performance. Then I take you to the biofloc fish technology. This one is Blue Revolution, retention of nitrogen as waste and conversion to biofloc aggregates. Flocks comes up, like you have this tank, you put fish fries inside, and then they grow. In 5 months, you get very good tilapia growth. Tilapia almost grow to a size of 1 foot, plus you get about 1 kg weight of tilapia. Now here the whole cycle is that you put probiotics in it. So when they do the feces, that feces is converted to proteins. Protein comes in the flock form, fish eat that flock, and then they develop very nicely. So, but you have to have a small pond to increase the size more. So we also provide a strong bond. This is all we supply to the farmers, and we train them in this technology. This is how they get very good income. The new technology, why we have started that? Because right now the use of hormones is very common in the fish. They do, and that has harmful effects on humans, animal and environment. These hormones are widely used to increase the growth of some fish, carp fish, tilapia and all that, what we eat, right? So to avoid that, if you use biofloc system, it can avoid those kind of things. When we see the sericulture, silk production, you need a mulberry garden. We supply them with the eggs. That takes 27 days to grow this, and silkworm becomes cocoons. This is one of our area where we have This is one of the area we have developed our cocoon storage, and these are the different types of mountages that we use to make cocoons. You see, one cocoon, if you take the thread out, it is 3,000 feet long thread. Yeah, the silkworm takes 27 days to build that silk inside the gland, and then it oozes out. And you have to be careful with these two deadly diseases, polyhedrosis virus and the bacterial disease. And once the cocoons are ready, you reel it, wind it, make the cloth, and then either you sell your silk in the hanks form or you sell your silk in the fabric form. You know, this is the costliest sari in India. It costs US $50,000. It is gold stitched, gold thread stitched sari. Now, nowadays we are making transgenic silk cocoons. And transgenic silk cocoons are very good to make the human collagen, albumin, all these products for pharmaceutical use are being used using transgenic silk cocoons. And we are also developing bioengineered silkworm model for exploiting human neurotrophin 4. That is, activate receptor tyrosine kinase, controlling a variety of cellular responses such as cell division, metabolism, cell survival, adoptions, etc. This is the recent research which is being done. Lastly, we come to the goat. I love this goat very much. Established business of low income, and this is a very lucrative income generation source and requires very little. It takes 14 months to raise 2 crops, and the farmer can earn $3,000 to $3,500 US. The cost of breeding, of course, comes $1,100 to $1,400, including feed, water, electricity, vaccine, and shed maintenance, etc. So we provide this training to the other NGO farms. You see, if you see the potential goat breeds of India, there are so many beautiful varieties which are suitable in different environment, in different state. We have different temperature, different climate. So we have all know that if you want to do in my area, you only have choice of Osmanabadi and Sojat. You cannot go for all these. They will not flourish well. We teach farmers in somebody's farmland, and because we are not allowed to keep goats in our university. And then the recent development on goat farming is artificial insemination, genomic selection, or integration and value addition, vertical integration, that you can get yogurt, cheeses, specialty fibers, natural skin care, whatever. Then robotic milking system is being introduced also, that you don't have to milk it by hand, just robotic milking system is there. You fix the Capri Max, and that way we do with the cows nowadays, but with the goat we have not started yet. Then this is the one which we have to provide, evidence of project impact. If you don't make this kind of shop, then you don't get that money back. So for that, we have already developed one district is already set, Bandara district, where they sell the cloth, silk cloth, and this will change the food security and off-farm employment generation. There's so many women are employed in this, and they are getting very good business. Now there is a risk management and sustainability aspect. Those are the plans which we also show, and sustainability strategy. So Sankalp project has the capability to sustain for 3 years, but this project is not only for 3 years, you can extend it to another 3 years if you are very successful. The sale of the product in the marketplace, wherever we develop the marketplace, the sale of the product will sustain the whole technology. And all these technology are sustainable because we make sure that they get the income and sustain. Here also we have many places where we have developed in Isipe. When I was in Isipe, we developed in Kenya, Mwingi honey place, Kakamega honey place, all those major places are there. Thank you.
A good clap for Prof again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your patience. And now we are coming to the next keynote speaker. Once more, I'm going to read his bio without revealing who he is, and probably you could guess before we come to the final revelation. So we have a keynote speaker who is a chief research scientist from NMK. Allow me to say NMK so that I hide it a little bit. He's an editor-chief in the Flora of Kenya, formerly Director, National Repository and Research. He's the Secretary General of the Association for the Taxonomic Study of the Flora of Tropical Africa. He's the head of Botany Department in his institution. His botanical interests are in Malvaceae in the tropical East Africa, with particular focus on the genus Hibiscus, Trachenia in tropical Africa, flora of the tropical East Africa, enhancing access to information held in the herbarium collections through publications and digitalization of specimens and gray literature. He has published over 60 works ranging from peer-reviewed articles, books, book chapters, and popular articles on plant systematics, ecology, conservation, and other subjects. He has over 30 years experience in botany, during which he has described some 15 plant taxa and collected over 5,000 specimens that are preserved in the herbarium and duplicated in the herbarium overseas. He has conducted botanical surveys in Baringo, Kakamega, Kitui, Kwale, Nandi, Taita Taveta, and West Pokot counties. If they are not yet in your county, please, you could contact him. He has also conducted specialized studies in the Afro-Alpine ecosystems of Mount Kenya and Mount Elgon. Daktari supervises both scientists and technicians in the herbarium collection management and field research. He has supervised PhD and master's research projects both in Kenya and foreign universities. He has raised grants and regularly solicits donations for equipment to support NMK research and collection management. Daktari has served as a member of the East African Plant Red List Authority, and in that capacity contributed to plant red listing initiatives. He serves on the boards of Mpala Research Center and the East Africa Natural History Society, known as Nature Kenya. In addition, he's an ex-officio of the head of Kenya delegation to the Global Biodiversity information facility. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our third keynote speaker, Dr. Geoffrey Mwachala. Yeah, so once more, keep the questions.
Thank you very much, session leader, for that very kind introduction. I had a bit of a problem recognizing myself under some of the things you said, but thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers of this international conference for inviting me to address you in this keynote this morning. My greatest interest in life are plants. This is because, as indicated in the theme of our conference, utilization of biodiversity and nature conservation are two items which stand out very strongly for me. And I will make some general comments before I go to the very technical presentation that I have prepared for this morning. Why should you be interested in plants? Professor Nyamasio made a very strong case for insects. And I can't resist but also try to protect, to defend the chlorophyll-bearing organisms that surround us. Why should you be interested in plants? Because plants provide us with food, fuel, clothing, drugs. In the last few days, there's been a lot of conversation about Mira, so those are plants, in case some of you did not know. We also get shelter, we get drinks out of plants, and many other things. But most importantly, plants stay with us throughout our lives. When you are born, it's very likely that you are wrapped in a material made of plants. When you built your first house, probably it contained some plant material. You'll need the plant materials for your clothes. Indeed, when the last day comes and you are to dispatch, it's very likely that you'll be put in a wooden box, which is made from plants. So we all need to understand the diversity of plants and use them smartly. And this is almost impossible to achieve if we don't know our plants. Hence the subject of taxonomy, which I have dedicated most of my life working on. Taxonomy is the science of classifying and naming things, in my case, plants. And when you know what you have and where they are and how to tell them apart and how to grow them, then you'll be in a very good place to be able to use the plants smartly. This was a situation which was recognized by the very early explorers who came to our region. So I'll now delve into the substance of my talk. We use the word flora in slightly two different meanings. And I will be using this as I go along, and I hope you'll be able to recognize which meaning I'm working with as I go. Flora, spelled with a capital initial letter, is a publication, it's a book. While, I think also Flora spelled with a capital F can be somebody's name, but we're not going to deal with that now. Flora spelled with a lowercase initial letter is actually the plant life of any large area. Now, I must start by acknowledging that everything I'm going to say here to emphasize that the Flora of Kenya project is a collaboration between the National Museums of Kenya and the Wuhan Botanic Garden Chinese Academy of Sciences. And I'm very gratified to see colleagues from the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center at JKUAT in the room. The first explorers who came to East Africa were amazed at the high diversity of plants that they found. And starting with Joao Loureiro in the 18th century and moving on, we had many people traveling through the landscape collecting plants, and mostly they took them back to their institutions in their countries where they were studied.
Yeah, just point at the conclusion. It's okay, I've scanned the next one. So when you want to just lift your hand to the control.
I haven't finished to the previous.
That one,
Yeah. In the 18th century, we had a German explorer called Hildebrandt who traveled through East Africa. He walked from Mombasa to Kitui, documenting biodiversity, cultures, and ethnic practices. This information was very scattered in various museums, especially in Europe and sometimes also in the US. So it occurred to a certain colleague called Daniel Oliver to compile all this information about Africa into one volume, which was the Flora of Tropical Africa, the one on the left. This work was compiled, as I've indicated there, between 1863 to 1933.
Good morning once more. Sorry for that interruption, but our chief guest is here. So allow me to hand over this program to him. Please welcome.
Good morning. Sorry about the interruption, but our chief guest is here. And once they come in, we would like to start with their program. Please stand. Kindly let's stay standing for the national anthem, followed by the East African Community Anthem.
May we Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
If you allow me to request Jen Murage to pray for us.
Let's pray. Our Lord and our God, we come into your presence. We thank you for this day, oh God, that we are having this exhibition opened, oh God, for B and even the scientific conference. We commit our leaders to you, oh God, led by our head of public service, oh God. Thank you, Lord, for this, making this day, oh God, come to pass, oh God, in line with your will. We pray that you bless it, oh God, and let these 3 days be 3 days of great experience with you. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you. Please, may you be seated. Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, who is our chief guest, Mr. Felix Koskei. Honorable Sylvia Museya, Principal Secretary, State Department for Wildlife. The National Museums of Kenya Board Chairman, Mr. Edwin Abonyo, and the other board members present, Mr. Osogo and Dr. Ugwara. The NMK Director General, Professor Mary Gikungu, distinguished keynote speakers, scholars, researchers, conference sponsors present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. We are going to start our formal opening, and I will request Dr. Esther Kioko, the chair of the conference committee, to give her remarks.
Our chief guest, Principal Secretary present, Chair, the National Museums of Kenya, Mr. Edwin Abonyo, the other board members present, our Director General, National Museums of Kenya, Professor Mary Gikungu, the Chairman, Association of Kenyan Entomologists, Dr. Mugo Kasina, our distinguished keynote speakers, distinguished conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon, or is it good morning? Okay, on behalf of the conference organizing committee, I'm greatly privileged and grateful to welcome you to the first International Scientific Conference organized and hosted by the National Museums of Kenya and the Association of Kenyan Entomologists. As we gather here to deliberate on the conference theme, which is on the utilization of biological resources for sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate resilience, allow me to recognize the efforts of many people who have worked with us in planning and organizing for this conference. Indeed, this conference is the peak of enormous collective effort of people who have worked tirelessly over the last 6 or so months, overcoming a few overwhelming challenges to make this conference a reality. We appreciate each one of you and each one of them. The conference has received great support from agencies, both local and international, allowing many students and early career scientists to attend, present their work, learn, and also create new networks. We recognize and acknowledge and appreciate
all the keynote speakers who have accepted our invitation and sacrificed their time to share their great expertise and visions during this event. We would like to thank all the authors and the exhibitors for being part of this conference. The paper presentations, posters, exhibitions will inspire exchange of scientific information and sustain this international scientific conference. Distinguished conference delegates, the conference program is diverse with invited keynote speeches, symposia, paper, poster presentation, and discussions on the 11 conference sub-themes. These range from systematics and conservation of flora, fauna, and fungi to indigenous knowledge systems, climate change adaptation and resilience, biodiversity informatics, informations in nature-based enterprises, and policy implications for conservation and sustainable use of resources. This will be covered in 4 parallel streams, providing numerous opportunities for mentorship, networking, and collaboration. Capacity building is prioritized through the post-conference training workshops, equipping participants with skills for data generation and utilization in biodiversity research and conservation. The 5 courses offered will provide a forum for students and early career scientists to connect with experts and institutions like the National Museums of Kenya, here where you are, that have taxonomic expertise and vast data and information in their unique natural history collection. This collaboration strengthens access to expertise and data crucial for effective biodiversity conservation and sustainable utilization of biological resources. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the members of the 5 conference organizing subcommittees. Thank you, you did a good job. The unity of purpose seen during this planning period has been a great inspiration. The conference hosts NMK and AKE, and all the conference delegates are greatly appreciated. The conference sponsors, we have our institution, NMK, the AKE, JRS Biodiversity Foundation, and we are so privileged to have the director here. Maybe just wave so that people see. Thank you so much. We have the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Thank you so much. Nature Kenya, the mother of NMK. We have Kabi, Liaison Group, ICA Lion Group, Kenya Museum Society, British Institute in Eastern Africa, and one individual who went out of his way to support this conference, none other than Professor Jack Harris. Can you just wave to the delegates to appreciate your presence? We highly, highly appreciate and acknowledge your support. And with that, I want to wish you all a very successful time here, and also take time to enjoy the museum and our country, Kenya. Karibuni sana, karibu.
Next, I would like to welcome the Director for National Repository and Research, Dr. Taita Terer, to give his remarks, after which we shall have the Chair of the Association of Kenya Entomologists. Dr. Terer.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, our PS, Sylvia Museya, State Department of Wildlife, Chairman, Board of Directors, National Museums of Kenya, Mr. Edwin Aponyo, and Board of Directors present here, Professor Mary Kikungu, Director General, National Museums of Kenya, distinguished keynote speakers, researchers, distinguished guests, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you first to National Museums of Kenya, and to this first joint NMK-AKE International Scientific Conference, These gatherings, I'm told, brings together over 300 delegates from various continents and about 70 institutions, both local and international, to discuss the theme of paramount importance, that is, utilization of biological resources for sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate resilience. NMK is where Kenya heritage lives on. We keep the memory of Kenya, and we are one of the main institutions that provides scientific evidence to show that Kenya is the origin of humankind. Welcome home to those who are coming from outside Kenya. The National Museums of Kenya is a multidisciplinary state corporation, and it's a center of excellence in research, heritage, conservation, and management. Its research mandate is vested within the Directorate of National Repository and Research, whose core function is to conduct research on cultural and natural heritage, as well as collecting and managing the National Scientific Reference Collection. I wish to talk briefly about the work of DNRR, highlighting some of the key achievements in the past few years. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll talk about three major functions of the Directorate, that is, as a repository, as a research, dissemination, and finalized by highlighting how our work contributes to sustainable utilization of biodiversity, nature conservation, climate resilience, in line with the theme of this conference. The Directorate of National Repository for Biology, the Directorate is a national repository for biological, cultural, and prehistoric collections or materials. Currently, we hold over 9 million collections consisting of about 3.5 million archival materials, which include painting, photos, microfilms, and tapes, 3.1 million zoological materials, 1.3 million prehistoric materials, including our precious human fossils, around 1 million botanical materials, and about 50,000 cultural heritage artifacts. Due to our active research work, these collections are increasing day by day, year by year, and this poses a challenge of limited storage capacity. So please, when we knock your doors requesting for support to increase this storage capacity, please welcome us. The Directorate spearhead research, documentation, and conservation of modern and prehistoric flora and fauna, as well as contemporary cultural artifacts, as you will see in the presentation and exhibition by national scientists and collaborators in this scientific conference. Through our cutting-edge research, we receive requests from institutions and individual researchers across the globe for collaboration and affiliation. So currently, we have over 100 researchers affiliated to National Museums of Kenya. We also share and disseminate information and knowledge generated from our research. In the spirit of ensuring that Kenya heritage lives on, we share this information to the public, including the global community. One of the main objectives of the museum is to create public awareness about the importance of conservation, and in particular, the importance of preserving Kenya's unique natural and cultural diversity. This is mainly through international forums like this international conference, scientific expo, which we normally hold every 2 years, workshops, seminars, and training. Last year alone, our scientists organized and participated in over 246 workshops and seminars. We also exhibit in our galleries across all the museums in the country. Please spare time to visit the galleries here at Nairobi Museum. We also do publication. We publish books, posters, brochures, articles, and articles in international journals. Last year alone, we had 132 publications cutting across all the scientific disciplines, including the thematic areas of this international conference. Publication in renowned journals like Nature, Science, That is where we publish. Can give you an example of a publication which was published in this high-notch journals Nature by our CEO, Professor Mary Kikungu, with other experts on biocultural approaches to pollinators conservation. We have several publications in science. An example is by our own Dr. Manthi Rab Kinyanjui last year, whose title was The Oldest Evidence of Abundance, C4 Grasses and Habitat Heterogeneity in East Africa. So these are some of the publications that we do here at National Museums of Kenya. So NMK has also begun to explore new technologies, such as the use of internet and multimedia as ways of reaching to its target audience. And you can access that in our museum website. It is directed aim to explore new avenues of development, such as searchable database, online collection, and virtual curation tours. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to briefly take you through how the Directorate scientific work promotes sustainable use of biodiversity, nature conservation, and climate resilient undertakings. Through research here at National Museums of Kenya, we nominate and manage many national monuments and ancient historical sites across the country, which are key natural and cultural tourism products for advancing national economic development. Through research here at National Museums of Kenya, we have national reference collection. We are able to understand the temporal and spatial occurrence of species across the country in order to define their conservation status. Species that are placed in, for instance, under IUCN Red List, those which are under CITES, are informed by our scientific work here at National Museums of Kenya. The many years of research and documentation informs NMK's strategic plan to contribute to the current MTP4 targets, which include promotion of heritage, tourism, promotion of neglected, underutilized and emerging foods and medicine, empowerment of cultural practitioners, the natural product industry initiative, and underwater natural and cultural heritage, cultural products, revenue, and job creation. Our research work also informs and provides practical solutions to policy intervention touching on food security. For example, promotion of edible insect farming, and this is a collaboration between museum and Jaramogi Odinga University of Science and Technology, where the project purpose to promote sustainable use of insects as food and feed. You also have projects like mushroom farming. For the last 19 years, National Museums of Kenya, through botany and mycology section, have been championing production of spawns and cultivation of mushrooms. Mushroom cultivation promotion is a pilot program aimed at addressing food security by increasing quantity of mushrooms products to the country. The Directorate, using its expertise on mushroom research products, quality spawn, produce quality spawn and train farmers to engage in mushroom farming. For the last financial year, that is 2022-2023, NMK trained 500 people and produced 360 kilograms of spawn to supply to farmers. On nature conservation and community livelihood support, we have a project called Kipepeo program. Kipepeo is a Kiswahili word meaning butterfly farming. This Kipepeo program is in Kilifi County in the coastal region of Kenya. This program came about around 20 years ago because of study of insect here at National Museums of Kenya. Here, local communities living around Aropokuko Sokoke forest have been trained to produce butterfly pupae for export market in Europe, America, and Asia. Additionally, honey production is also promoted. These two nature-based enterprises generate approximately Kenyan shilling 10 million, benefiting over 100,000 local people. This is in addition to the conservation and protection of Arapuko Sokoke Forest, where instead of communities engaging in illegal cutting of tree for charcoal making, now they engage in undestructive forest practices. This program supports the Potomac economic transformation agenda. This also becomes an entry point to promote growing of 6,000 indigenous trees yearly, targeting fruits and pollinators in trees in schools in Kilifi to improve food nutrition and promote insect diversity. So on climate change matters, NMK through palynology, paleobotany, paleontology, they reconstruct past environment by use of pollen and fossilized plants and hominids material to study climate change. It is by understanding the past and present environments that we confidently plan for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, it's undoubtedly that NMK stands as a beacon of multidisciplinary engagement, epitomizing the theme utilization of biological resources for sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate change. Our functions are multifaceted, encompassing the collection, curation, and research of biological and cultural specimens, which are vital for sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate resilience. This conference plays a vital role for advancing our research agenda, for facilitating knowledge sharing, networking, and collaboration. NMK contributes to the global discourse on cultural and natural heritage conservation. It enriches its research endeavors and strengthens its position as a leading institution in Kenya and beyond. We warmly welcome and thank you for choosing to be part of this first joint NMK AKE International Scientific Conference in Nairobi. Thank you so much.
I would now like to request Dr. Muo Kasina, the chairman of the Association of Kenya Entomologists, who are the joint organizers of this conference. Dr. Kasina.
The Chief of Staff and the Head of Public Service, Mr. Felix Kosinge, the PS for State Department for Culture, Arts and Heritage, I guess, the chairperson of NMK Board of Directors, and Director General of NMK, the Governing Council of AKE, Association of Kenyan Entomologists, who are present, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants. Good morning. Yeah, I'm Kasina, Mugo Kasina, and I'm the chairperson of the Association of Kenyan Entomologists. Our members talk about insects. We are the middlemen between human beings and insects in Kenya. We will listen to you, we will listen to insects, and we will tell you what insects say. Because insects do communicate, but the way they communicate, most of the members of the public will not understand. So we have specialists who have learned about insects all their life. Today in the morning, we were entertained by two powerful presentations about insects. I don't want to take you there. But I know when you get out there and you listen and you say you are an insect specialist, people will look at you as if you have brought them problems. Because most of the time, when you think about insects, you think about the injurious insects. For example, one of the problems that has really caused a lot of problem in Kenya, in 2017, we got an invasion of fall armyworm. Before then, maize farming was very easy, less expensive. All we needed fertilizer. Now you cannot grow maize without pesticides. And this is a major, major problem, as that is an insect that we have been able to manage as an insect specialist. Before COVID, you remember we had locusts that came, we talked about eating them, we talked about spraying them. Recently, we saw grasshoppers in northeastern Kenya, and people still remember locusts. They think it's locust because they were extremely emotional. They ate what we like. They ate our livestock feed. And therefore, as entomologists, we manage those pests. We tell you about their history and areas that you can invest in to manage them. In 2012, I'll just mention quickly, in 2012, we had an invasion of a pest called Tutum absoluta. This is a pest of tomato. And since then, pesticide use in tomatoes has really increased. I also mentioned about an insect called Bactrocera infandens. Now it is called Ndossalis. And it arrived around 2000. And by 2008, we lost export market of avocado to South Africa. But by 2015, it was reclassified, taxonomy changed by entomologists. And now that market was opened up because we noted that it is not the insect that it was then. So the insect problem has been there. If you look at livestock, sassafly is a major, major, major problem. Ticks are relatives of insect that we also work on. Those are major, major issues that affect our farmers. They interfere with our normal livelihoods. But apart from pest problems, we have useful insects. We have silkworms. Sericulture is one of most beautiful enterprise in Kenya now that we are promoting. Our calculations have shown that in 1 year, if you have irrigation, you can make 1.5 million. There is no crop that can give you such amount of money in a year. There is a powerful investment there, our chief guest, that you can really change the livelihoods here of Kenyans through sericulture. If you look at bees, this apiculture is one of value chain, the honey, that is in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And the thing is, Kenyans consume more than 47 million tons of honey, but we only produce 17 million tons. 3 times consumption more than we are producing. And our experts are also working in a way to find ways of enhancing production. Yeah? So if you look at also other insects, you have told, I've heard very well the last present here talking about insects that we eat. Insects are very nice proteins and vitamins and essential minerals. We also have insects that will manage difficult problems. For example, woods, vindonda. There are some woods of human beings or livestock that are unable to be healed using antibiotics. We have some insects, maggots, like the green butterfly, that eat that tissue and bacteria, and you heal your wood instead of cutting it off, cutting your body part off. We have insects that have helped us manage big problems in our country, biological control. We have an insect called papaya mealybug that is destroying our papayas in this country. And Kabi and other partners are helping. They have introduced a parasitoid that is reducing the use of pesticide or reducing the effects of that insect. There are other biological control agents that have been released in this country, and people don't appreciate because they don't pay. Yeah? So we have released, our experts have released, and they are eating those pests, so the population keeps going down. But when you use very high and toxic pesticides and you kill those biological control agents, then you start saying your pesticides are not working. So our team and members of our society are there to guide the public on how to use so many different kinds of products. I'm happy to be here today again and this week on this joint conference, whereby our experts can share information with the public, and you can meet and discuss, and we'll be there. We want to recruit more members. You know, membership societies like recruitment. And so one of the main purposes of our society is being able to moderate professionals and practitioners in the industry. We have seen some industries becoming, or some people or professionals becoming excessive. So we are looking at ourselves as an industry whereby we moderate. You come up with your products, you pass through peers, and they confirm whatever you have is not a hot air. It is a real thing. So then our public is taken care of. Therefore, maybe to wind up my discussion, I really want to thank the museums for partnering with us in providing opportunity for this first ever scientific conference. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I move to the next item, those who are seated behind, if you could come in the front and fill up the seats. We are just about to hear the pick. So if you could come and fill up. You are not going to be called upon to speak, so just come. Please, those who are behind, just come at the front and fill up. There are many empty seats here. Kindly. Okay. I will now request our Director General, Professor Mary Gikungu, to give her remarks, but after that, she will invite the chairman of the board of NMK, Mr. Edwin Abonyo, who will then invite the Honorable Sylvia Museya, Principal Secretary for State Department for Wildlife, who will then invite our chief guest. So, Professor.
Our chief guest and head of public service, Mr. Felix Koskei, Honorable Sylvia Museya, Principal Secretary, State Department of Wildlife, Mr. Edwin Abonyo, Chairman of Directors, National Museums of Kenya, the representative of other directors of the board of NMK, Mr. Osogo Omar, and also Director Eric Ogwora, distinguished keynote speakers and researchers. And as I was seated there, I picked some people that I need to mention. Allow me to mention Professor Raina, all the way from India. Who mentored me in bee biology when he was working at ISIPE. Allow me also to appreciate Jack Harris, Professor Jack Harris. He has worked with NMK for close to over 40 years. 50 years. We feel so greatly honored when we see you, Professor. And finally, my teacher, my professor from the university, Professor Gideon Nyamasio. Distinguished key guest speakers and researchers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm so delighted to stand before you this morning. We feel so privileged to host each one of you, and I wish to welcome you again to this first National Museums of Kenya, Association of Kenyan Entomologists. And when Dr. Kasina was here, the chairman, I was almost saying, I'm also an entomologist. So I belong to that association also. I wish to welcome you to National Museums of Kenya. Here we say that National Museums of Kenya, where heritage lives on. We have the mandate to correct, preserve, study, document, and present Kenya's past and present cultural and natural heritage. And this is for the purposes of enhancing knowledge, appreciation, respect, and sustainable utilization of these resources for the benefit of Kenya and the world. In keeping with this mandate, it is indeed a great honor and privilege for National Museums of Kenya to host this distinguished gathering of scholars. I've only mentioned a few. There are so many doctors here. There are so many professors here from different countries. And those people who are committed to conservation of biological resources. Allow me to take this early opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the Association of Kenya Entomologists for the partnership to co-host this conference with National Museums of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note Kenya prides herself in abundance of natural resources. I wish to underscore the unique natural and cultural assets that we have as a country across the mosaic landscapes and diverse communities. However, amidst the beauty lie pressing challenges, and one of them is climate change, habitat degradation, which has resulted to loss of biodiversity in many habitats of this country, and socioeconomic disparities, factors that threaten the most fundamental roots of our existence. Allow me to dive more into the issue further. Climate change, which is partly driven by human activities like deforestation, industrialization, and the burning of fossils, poses a grave threat to ecosystems globally. The associated impacts including rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and shifting precipitation patterns that are known to cause various negative effects. Recently, for those of you who watch the news in this country, we were in a bad situation because of the excess flooding. That again goes with the loss of biodiversity in some areas. And it is against this backdrop that the theme of this year's conference, utilization of biological resources for sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate change, has been coined. We all exist in the ecosystem that we share with nature, and we must learn how to take care of nature. We must speak to each other, and this is one of those conferences that are so much important to us as a country and also as an institution. Allow me to say that we are very pleased to note this conference brings over 300 people from different backgrounds. And the overall expertise spans a myriad of scientific disciplines, including systematics. Systematics is very important. We cannot conserve what we don't know. We cannot protect what we don't know. We cannot make use of what we don't know. So taxonomy or systematics, it takes the center stage of the conservation of our biodiversity. The other issue is about the climate change mitigation, technological innovations, and indigenous knowledge system, One Health initiatives, and insect science. This conference offers a unique platform for interdisciplinary dialogue and collaboration with a view to informing relevant policy frameworks and exploring holistic solutions to complex environmental challenges. An engagement with policymakers and stakeholders will ensure that the recommendations are translated into tangible actions and drive positive change at the local, national, and international levels. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that our success lies on the need to empower the next generation. I am therefore pleased to note an active participation of students in this conference. More than 70 students are going to participate in that conference, and more are going to be trained on how to take care of nature. And in consideration of the diverse interests represented here and the time factor, this conference has been organized in several symposia, namely insect science and livelihoods. We cannot be doing research for the sake of research. We have to ask ourselves, how does what we do benefit our people and the people at the grassroots? Advances in technology and research, women in STEM conversations, leveraging scientific research for informed decision making. This morning, our chief guest has launched a very important beekeeping and pollination exhibition. And this is part of what the institution is meant to do, creation of awareness of our heritage resources. And he's also going to launch a book by the name A Field Guide to the Plants of Gong Hills. Again, this is part of our mandate as National Museums of Kenya, not just to research and keep the knowledge to ourselves, but also make the knowledge available to all end users. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reiterate that together we have the power to effect meaningful change that will safeguard our planet's biodiversity, preserve our cultural heritage, and rescue a brighter future for generations to come. I thank you for your unwavering dedication, your pioneering spirit, and your boundless optimism. I encourage you to forge ahead, united in our quest to build a world where nature thrives, communities flourish, and hope endures. Last but not the least, I wish to convey my sincere gratitude to all the partners and collaborators who made this conference a success through the generous contributions as well as in kind. I'm aware of several donors who have given a lot of support, all the way from US, Europe, within Kenya, just to mention a few. GRS has been here giving us support, Sajorek Project, Nature Kenya, many, they are going to be mentioned, I think, in the speech of our guest of honor. And we are so delighted to receive your support and also to see this conference being a success today. So I wish to thank you, and I wish you all a very fruitful deliberation throughout the conference. Thank you so much. With those few or many remarks, allow me to invite the chairman of the board, Mr. Edwin Abonyo.
Thank you very much, Professor Mary Gikungu, our DG. Our chief guest, Head of Public Service, Felix Koske, karibu sana, and we are honored for you to be here with us today. Asante na karibu sana. The PS, State Corporation of Wildlife, Madam Sylvia Musai, thank you very much for coming and being with us. I wish also to convey apologies from our CS, Aisha Jumwa. She's not able to be with us here. And similarly, we are not also able to have Madam Umi Bashir to be with us here. Of course, we were there before, so you know, at least for the NMK staff, Munamjua. But for the visitors, please note they were not able to be here, but they are with you in spirit. So thank you. Amongst us here, we have our directors. Of course, I've recognized our DG and Director Terrell, but we have the directors of the board, the ones who manage this institution. It is very deliberate that I asked them to be here, and one of them is going to be with you here, maybe even both, for the duration of this conference. For the simple reason is that I want us to be involved as a board so that we know what is taking place, so that we are able to work together as a team. We get to know what is happening down there. It can be conveyed to the board, escalated, and then we act on it. So let me introduce Dr. Ogora. Please wave so that you are seen. Thank you very much, Daktari. And Omar, Mr. Omar Osogo. Thank you. Now, it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gather for the first joint international scientific conference. It is my pleasure to hereby welcome you all so that you can delve into one of the most pivotal aspects of research and science. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, has brought together esteemed scientists, researchers, students, industry experts, who will explore and deliberate on the theme, utilization of biological resources for sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate resilience. At this point, I would like to let you know, for those of you who don't know what National Museums is about, we have several sectors, but we are only delving into this. And if you are to come here, I normally joke when we are outside there that we have a university within National Museums of Kenya. Put your hands together for that. That's a very serious thing. Indeed, if you were to do some data, you'll be shocked. We have close to 65, 67 PhD fellows within this institution. I did not mention masters. I think we are on 300 or what? 300, Mary? Over 300. Now, we don't even now talk of the normal. Need I go further? No, I need not. Thank you very much. So during this conference, we'll engage in discussions on the various themes. We have 11 of them. They are ranging from systematics and ecology to climate change and biodiversity management. And I invite you to participate once again in the 3 days of exhibition besides the conference. Today, as we mark the first joint international scientific conference, I want to underscore the importance of thoughtful, forward-thinking research policies that not only encourage innovation, but also ensure its responsible and equitable deployment. As stewards of progress, we must recognize the power and potential of our work and wield it with wisdom and integrity. I reiterate that the success of any research and development endeavor is intricately linked to the policies that govern it. Policies serve as framework within which scientists, researchers, and entrepreneurs operate. So providing guidance, incentives, and crucial resources to fuel their endeavors. So distinguished guests, we live in an era of unprecedented change, where breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and beyond are reshaping the very fabric of our existence. As such, we must look into our research policies, which must be nimble enough to accommodate these advancements, while also safeguarding against potential risks and unintended consequences. So the National Museums of Kenya has an unrivaled reputation as an international center for heritage research, punctuated with many successes and achievements. So the scope of research at NMK covers a diverse array of specialties, including paleoanthropology, zoological and botanical studies. The results emanating from all these divergent spheres would be less meaningful without proper framework for integration, international and international development. Therefore, our noble role, individually and collectively, is to invest in packaging and disseminating of the research results. So the linkage between the research-generated knowledge base and economic development cannot be overemphasized. In closing, I urge each and every one of you to reflect on the critical role that policies play in shaping the future of research and development. So as leaders and innovators, it is incumbent upon us to advocate for research policies that not only foster innovation and discovery, but also uphold the values of inclusivity, responsibility, and collaboration. So together, let us chart a course towards the future where science and research can serve as engines of progress for all humanity. I'd also want to urge you, while you are here, to take time, and apart from what you'll be discussing here and the exhibitions that we've put here, I would be very grateful if you could take time and just do a tour around the facility so that you are able to understand it and really take into account what we do here. It will be very nice. It's a bit of a diverse from what we're doing, but it will help you. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much. You're welcome, and may God bless you. Thank you. At this juncture, I'm going to welcome our peers. Sylvia, if you could please come and talk with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Felix Koske, and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. So I am Sylvia Museya, Principal Secretary in the State Department for Wildlife, and I am very happy to be here. I am happy to see the theme of the day of this conference, which is a sustainable utilization of genetic resources for sustainable development. And let me start by saying, one, congratulations to the organizers of this event, and thank you very much to all that made time to participate in it. When we speak about sustainable development of a country or a planet, we usually have a few drivers. What is known majorly is financial resources. They drive the development of a country, and human resource. If you ask Chief of Staff, he will tell you he knows all the human resource capital that this country has in numbers, and who is about to retire this year and next year. If you ask Dr. Kipto or Njuguna Ndung'u, they will tell you they have a proper idea of the financial resources that are running this country and our debt situation and where we are getting our revenues and even the projections. But if you ask anybody to give us a natural resource capital valuation, I don't know which place we would ask, what does this country have in terms of natural resources? And where would we go for that information? And part of the natural resources we have is, of course, genetic resources. Genetic resources are our flora and fauna. A number of institutions and departments in this country manage it. One of them is NMK. And the last time I read, I saw that you also have a reptile, birds, amphibian space here. Whereas I used to think I have exclusive rights to reptiles as a State Department for Wildlife. I realized NMK has a whole department that runs some agenda on reptiles and amphibians and some birds. They actually have a huge bird space here. And therefore, with that noting, a few of us approached Head of Public Service. And we said we need to integrate our natural resources. We need to have a scope of what we have, how we are governing it, how it is helping this country. And I think he should tell us that he was kind enough to set up a unit under the Office of the President to try and coordinate the natural resources sector. And we have a working team of 11 PSs to that effect. We are at a point in this country where then we appreciate the importance of natural resources and genetic resources for that matter for this conference. And I know that you know that the wildlife economy, the biodiversity economy, let us say specifically bioprospecting, is a huge driver of economies of other countries. We know that we hold genetic resources that are driving the cosmetic industries, that are driving the medicine industries, and it is removed from this country and taken to elsewhere without proper mechanisms. Kenya is a signatory to CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, and we have committed to the Nagoya and the Kyoto protocols on genetic resources. And as a signatory to the Nagoya and Kyoto protocols, then we know that we have ABS and pick and mat mechanisms for genetic resources. However, State Department for Economic Planning cannot tell you how much as a country we get for bioprospecting. And that is why I work very closely with Professor Mary. And the last conversation I had with Professor Mary, the DG, was on Kakamega Forest. And we are looking at the potential of genetic resources in that forest alone. Let me say that that is something we're exploring. In this room, I came with a principal scientist called Kavaka, who I poached from somewhere. He's the one who's been indoctrinating me on matters bioprospecting and genetic resources. Finally, let us think about the place of research and data as a driver to policy decisions. Because there's so much data. Of course, we have big problems about data sharing and access. And how does the data that all of you, most of you here, how does that reach our desks as policy makers to influence decisions so that we do data-driven decisions as a country, knowing what we have, what the problems are, how we can mitigate, and how we can move forward. We conducted the first wildlife scientific research conference that was done by the Wildlife Research Training Institute last year. We are lucky as a country that we have a head of public service and we have a president who, rumor has, they attended Chiromo and did a few courses that relate to science and insects. And therefore, we should be happy that maybe they understand the language that we speak. So we have so much research out there, it has been brought to my attention that scientists are really suffering on the permitting processes of research, and we are trying to do something about it, especially by use of technology, that the permitting process of scientists to do research is eased. We also know that a lot of research has been done in this country, some by members of these countries as citizens, some by friends from across the globe, but some of the data or research we have no idea of. People do the research and they live with it, and we need that research shared so that it can help make decisions for this country, and so on and so forth. So we are looking at the permitting processes. Of course, we permit through Kenya Wildlife Service. I know NMK permits, the WRTI does permitting. We were thinking, and of course we have the bigger one called, okay, I can't remember. As I conclude, we must all endeavor to do this together. And therefore, a conference like this would have the State Department for Forestry. We all know that a lot of genetic resources lies in our forest. We have been told the place of traditional knowledge. I remember when we did our UNFCCC COP20 or 21 in Paris, it was an agreement that traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge is a big driver to science, and that we need to incorporate traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge into mainstream science. They complement each other. I don't think they compete. We need our development partners in this room, because we all know that funding of research in this country is a problem, and that young people are no longer very interested in running science programs, because the professors who do science-related matters look very healthy on the face, but not on the pocket. It is the universities should be here, so that part of the money that they get, they actually do commit it to research, to science. We need to interest private sector to fund research. And with those few remarks, as a Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, I would love to invite all of you to tour this city, if not this country, around Nairobi. You can do very early or quite late game drives to the only park in the capital, Nairobi National Park. You could also roam around and run in Karura or in a place called Arboretum. There you will interact with your clients, the insects, the birds, things like that. And you will see what it is that you're talking about here. But without saying much more, thank you very much. It's an important step towards the future, the first one. I hope the second one will be bigger and better. Kavaka will stay here on behalf of the State Department for Wildlife, and we hope that you will share all the outcomes of this report, not just to us, but to everybody else who needs to act, including the development partners. It's therefore my humble pleasure to welcome the chief guest of today, Head of Public Service, Felix Koskei, to speak the language of insects a bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us have our seats. The Principal Secretary in charge of State Department for Wildlife, Madam Sylvia Musea, the Chair of National Museums of Kenya Board of Directors, Mr. Edwin Oponyo, Professor Mary Kikungu, the Director General, National Museums of Kenya, who was my classmate in University of Nairobi, my teacher, Professor Gideon Amasha, who taught us. We were almost children, but he was a young man by then. We thank you because we are here, because of your efforts. And I'm sure you are a proud professor, having your former student as head of public service, and the other one as Director General of National Museums of Kenya, not to mention that perhaps one of the students is the President of the Republic of Kenya. I can see Dr. Joka, the former Director General of Desert Locust, Organization of Eastern Africa. We met when I was a minister. By the way, I was a minister before. And thank you for making sure that the locusts did not invade Kenya when you are the Director General. Distinguished speakers, scholars, researchers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with great pleasure that I join you on the opening of the first joint international scientific conference hosted by the National Museums of Kenya in collaboration with the Association of Kenyan Entomologists. The participation in this conference is not just diverse in terms of topics to be covered, but I also note that the delegates are drawn from many countries. I think about 17 countries across the world. So please allow me to extend a message of goodwill from His Excellency the President and the people of Kenya to our guests from all those countries. Karibuni, Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of advancing knowledge and action towards sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate resilience. The theme of this conference, utilization of biological resources for sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate resilience, deeply resonates with the urgent global challenges that we are facing today. Like many regions, Africa is facing the undeniable negative effects of climate change. The continent's diverse ecosystems and rich biodiversity are particularly vulnerable to these changes, posing a significant threat to the livelihoods and well-being of millions of people who depend on natural resources for their livelihoods. From prolonged droughts and extreme weather events to rising temperatures and sea levels, the effects of climate change are already being felt across the continent. According to a Frontier study, 20% of Africa's land surface, that is about 6.6 million square kilometers, is degraded, an area twice the size of India. In Kenya, for instance, we have witnessed such a grave impacts, especially in the face of unprecedented rainfall, causing untold havoc in our sectors. It is projected that Africa's population will quadruple by the year 2100. And with its rich and diverse biological and environmental resources, Africa is exceedingly threatened and vulnerable due to the rapidly rising human population. I'm not trying to entrench fear, but experts have also projected that by 2100, more than half of Africa's birds and mammal species could be lost, and the productivity of Africa's lakes could decline by 20 to 30%. Rising temperatures, altered precipitation patterns, and extreme events pose a significant threat to wildlife ecosystems and our delicate habitats. These changes will not only severely impact biodiversity, but also the life and livelihoods of our communities. Human-wildlife conflict is a major threat to the long-term survival of the world's most emblematic species. Human-wildlife conflict threatens the very existence of humanity, and Kenya's endangered species communities that interact with wildlife in their lands bear the greatest brunt. In February this year, the government of Kenya initiated a campaign to reduce human-wildlife conflict in the country. The campaign involves informing and educating communities living along wildlife corridors on the use of lighting devices and predator-proof fences to promote peaceful coexistence between humans and wildlife. In April this year, His Excellency the President of Kenya launched a compensation scheme aimed at settlement of damages arising from human-wildlife conflict. The compensation claims relate to deaths, injuries, crop destruction, predation, and damage of property caused by wild animals in 6 counties. The compensation claims stood at 7 billion shillings over a 9-year period from 2014. The government has since settled Kenya shillings 4 billion worth in claims. Ladies and gentlemen, intense poverty and food insecurity are driving overexploitation of natural resources, while the gross lack of technical know-how and unsustainable policies makes environmental degradation go unchecked. This is a wake-up call for all of us, my brothers and sisters. It highlights the urgency of identifying and implementing adaptable interventions that not only help communities adapt to climate change, but also protect and sustain biodiversity for current and future generations. The challenges posed are immense. Consequently, we require a holistic approach that incorporates socio-cultural, political, and economic considerations, scientific discussions, and knowledge exchange in order to inform our collective action as we forge a path towards a more sustainable future. Additionally, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development sets out an ambitious framework of universal and indivisible goals and targets to address a range of global societal challenges. Biodiversity and ecosystems feature prominently across many of the SDGs and its associated targets. It is also at the center of many economic activities, particularly those relating to crop and livestock agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. Kenya is steadfast in our efforts to achieve the 30% forest cover target in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the Aichi biodiversity targets, and the Paris Club, among other international instruments. This goal has been given more impetus by the President's directive, a paradigm shift from tree planting to tree growing campaign, aiming at 15 billion trees in 10 years. This is out of the realization that nature conservation is not just a moral obligation. It is a strategic, authoritative way for the survival of humanity. The nexus between health and the environment underscores the interrelation of our ecosystem with the well-being of mankind. By protecting nature, we safeguard our health and enhance our resilience to emerging threats such as zoonotic diseases and environmental degradation. The fact that global warming is manifesting itself cannot be overemphasized. However, what we urgently need are adaptations and mitigation measures that will ensure our well-being. This conference will definitely offer the best chance to deliberate on some research findings that could inform relevant policies and regulations. Together, we can make a difference, whether it dictates reducing our carbon footprint, supporting conservation efforts, advocating for policy change, or raising awareness in our communities. Each one of us has a role to play in shaping a more sustainable future. Moreover, the health of our ecosystems directly influences human health, highlighting the intricate relationship between nature, conservation, and public health. By preserving natural habitats and reducing pollution, we can mitigate the spread of diseases and improve the well-being of communities. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here for the next 3 days, I'm happy to know that there will be discussions on topics such as innovations in nature-based enterprises for improved livelihoods, climate-smart agriculture and food security, climate change, ecosystems, and heritage management, among others. These are all very relevant issues and challenges that demand practical solutions. It is imperative that the research outputs have a direct contribution to the government agenda and action. In addition, the implications of such research on the regional spheres, such as science, technology, and innovation for Africa 2024 within the framework of Agenda 2063 should also be given attention. In order to balance development with biological and environmental sustainability, there needs to be an understanding of the capacity of the continent's resources, producing and applying this knowledge to distribute the resources for efficient utilization and management, and then modeling current use with population growth estimates and current and potential threats to produce a viable system for the future. This inaugural event provides a platform for conservationists, scientists, policymakers, and stakeholders to deliberate on critical environmental challenges, with climate change adaptation at the forefront, to share groundbreaking research, innovative approaches, and success stories, fostering cross-continental collaboration and accelerating the implementation of effective adaptation strategies. These events should identify options, priorities, and projects to address climate-driven impacts on livestock, agriculture, and fisheries communities. Additionally, these events should consider highlighting the importance of understanding the interplay between climate change, coping strategies, and their potential impact on biodiversity, providing valuable insights for developing context-specific adaptation measures. By fostering collaboration and embracing science-driven solutions, we can transcend the challenges of climate change and create a resilient and a thriving Africa for generations to come. I am glad to know that a group of early career researchers and other young Kenyans will be joining the post-conference training at the tail end of this conference. This is indeed critical if we are to achieve the lofty aspirations of sustainability in the fight against climate change. Further, let us seize this opportunity to foster collaboration, exchange ideas, and catalyze action towards a more sustainable and resilient future for generations to come. Let us unite in this noble cause and take decisions or decisive actions to ensure a sustainable and climate resilient future for the continent we all call home. I strongly believe that utilization of biological resources for sustainable development, nature conservation, and climate resilience is the beginning of a vital conversation towards building a world where nature thrives, communities prosper, and our planet remains resilient in the face of global challenges. Let us collectively renew our commitment with the health and vitality of the arts communities through our shared action and collaboration. We can build community and ecosystem resilience, protect our natural and cultural heritages, and forge a sustainable future for Africa and the world. Together, we can make a significant impact on biodiversity conservation, climate change mitigation, and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. As I conclude, several people have alluded to that, that I seem to be a pretender in the space of science. I want to affirm and confirm that I'm a scientist. And I'm your activist wherever I am, that science is key. Science is everything. You cannot sit in a boardroom and imagine things. You have to go out there, confront whatever the flora and the fauna in the environment are offering, the challenges they are facing, which directly affects human beings. You know, human beings are very selfish animals. They want everything for themselves. Sometimes even they forget that they can exhaust the resources and thereby kill themselves or destroy the entire world. So I want to urge all of us to a little put more pressure, create some kind of a posture that can attract attention. Sometimes scientists are very quiet people. They don't shout. They don't market. So they are forgotten. They are very critical. They are indispensable. Their research outcomes are what informs of development, of resilience, of survival. But they are not seen. People don't know what they are doing. They always work behind the scenes. So it might take scientists like us now in position of leadership to bring you on board. But we want you to put your foot forward. And when you have conferences like this, please, I encourage you to be inviting policy makers, whether they are economists, whether they are financial experts, and politicians, so that they can really appreciate and understand what you are doing. Or else, it will be very difficult for them to understand. First, your documents, your newsletters are very complicated. They will not even understand what they are talking about. 80%, 90% of the literature in the newsletters and research papers cannot be understood by anybody. So, and these are the people who are the holders of the resources. They are the ones who allocate. So if you become so complicated in your, it will be complicated until you to oblivion. Nobody will even remember you. And that is what I'm trying to encourage all of us. That let us come out, let us market, let us take our position, let us pitch, let us push, not only in Africa, but the whole world. Let scientists come out there. The only time, and they always complain, when scientists are given Nobel Prize, they wonder, what is wrong with this physicist? What did he do? This biologist, what did he do? This geneticist, this molecular scientist, what did he do? because they don't understand. And we are not helping them to understand. And that is why I also encourage politicians. No, I encourage scientists to be politicians so that they will be shouting in parliament and everywhere and in rallies for people to understand. I'm saying this because when I was a Minister for Agriculture, I was pushing the agenda of GMO. It was very difficult. The committee, the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture, they were asking me, you want our ears to grow triple or 10 times? You want us to have 3 legs? What are you going to do with the eyes that will be aligned? Understand? You know, you get what I mean? And they cannot understand. It is only one man who was in Parliament, the current governor of Vihiga, Dr. Otichilo, who stood firm and tried to use political language for them to understand. It is a problem up to now. Issues, genetic, whatever. The GMO is still a problem in the world up to now. Because scientists shy away from decision making, shy away from political space, and leave ignorant people to spearhead and try to understand your space. Your space is very complicated, very difficult. I hope you have heard. So we want to see presidents who are scientists. Like now, Kenya, we are lucky. We have a president who is an ecologist, plant ecologist, at PhD level. He understands all these sciences. So we want also even to get people in treasury who are molecular scientists, but they have done CPA so that they'll be hurrying around there. So that they'll be adding. They'll be talking about mitochondria, they'll be talking about what? I'm telling you. Or else, they think that technology is an answer for everything. That's what they think. Now, AI is being talked about across. Science is going to the backbone. Biologists especially. They are not there. They are not there completely. So that challenge is not for Kenya, it is not for Africa, for the whole world scientists. Be where the decision making is done. Be where the resources are being distributed. Be there. When you see someone is going to some place, you say, no, we need to put them in research here. If you look at the issue of climate change, if you are very careful, and you sit back and watch when the leaders, those who are not scientists, are talking about, they are not passionate about the issue of mitigation of climate change. They're using it as a political tool to be relevant in the world, to be invited in several conferences, because it is a new thing, it is a new narrative. They don't even understand what it is. But you scientists, you are sitting here, you are hiding yourself. You are calling your fellow scientists, you share here. Where will it go? It is inbreeding. So, I did botany and zoology and majored in zoology and had a bias in entomology, agricultural entomology. And I studied, although I took off, I didn't finish my master's degree. But if you go back and check the records, I was an A student. I got an A in my first year master's degree in agricultural entomology. And I even did a proposal, a serious one. And my supervisors was Dr. Ian Gordon and Dr. Peter Catt here. He was an employee of this institution. And I wanted to look at, you see, there was a phenomenon that came about in early 90s, where in Zimbabwe and Southern Africa, it was found out that there was an outbreak of Spotoptera exempta. You know Spotoptera exempta? What is it? African armyworm. Is it so? And it was realized that there were seasons where all the armyworms were female, 90%. So I put my foot forward and say, let me study it. Why do we have all female broods in this thing? What is it? Is it a viral infection? But how is it transmitted genetically? So that is what my proposal was all about. So I got to understand many things, and it was very difficult by then for molecular biologists because there were no equipment. Even DNA markers here. I hovered around here for 3 months, and then I just took off and went and did administration because you could not get the reagents. Those who were to supervise were very few. I think it was, and to make the master worst, as I was still starting to pick up my research, Dr. Ian Gordon resigned in University of Nairobi. As it was not enough, in a month's time, Dr. Catt was deported from Kenya. So I remained alone in a bench down here. No reagents that Dr. Catt was to help me to bring them from Germany. Ian Gordon, I don't know what happened, he left. He went to Kilifi and told me he has resigned as my supervisor. So I had no option but to go and do administration. So, and it was very interesting because Dr. Njoka will tell you, and all of us know, that when the armyworms arrive, it makes everybody unreasonable. So you can even use chemicals that are harmful. You know that because now people will be talking about food. There is no food. There is no. We are anticipating that the economy will go down. The GDP will not. You get what I mean. Those people that I was saying, you guys, you need to be part of. So I was saying, let me offer a biological control where once I've understood the genome of this animal, I get to know what it is. Can we apply it so that if there is an invasion, is there anything that we can twitch that will only make them produce females, and therefore, if there is no procreation, they will know they'll just die. And in future, we shall have controlled invasion. So that is when I came across the male killing Olpacia pipiensis. You remember those things? A virus that when it infects these insects, there is something that happens within its DNA, and especially its mitochondria. So it attacks it in a way, and then it will now continue changing it to be all female. So, I have read several papers, but some people after me, they have done a lot of research around it. And therefore, I was saying this because I wanted to let you know that I understand the challenges you have had. Yeah, I understand the challenges that you have, because I've been even toying the idea that since my classmate here is a professor, I can now come back and finish my master's. Because I'm sure she will help me to get the reagents and to get other experts to help me to understand the thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me again insist that don't expect the policymakers to invite you. Invite yourself by mobilizing other people to be politicians, mobilizing others to take administrative responsibilities like professor here, and screaming every other time when you hear that they are G7, G77, or there is what, there are some United Nations General Assembly. You need to fight so that you can get space for presentation. When there's an opportunity to access White House, go with a paper and present to the President of the United States. If you have a chance, influence them, for them to understand and make a declaration like the way they make declarations in other fields. Let them understand that this poverty is a result of neglect on research, on science. The economic recession that we are seeing is because of neglect. The overexploitation of some particular resources is because we are not seeing the totality of the resources that we have. Must we have economic resources alone? How about genetic the way it is? How about the biodiversity that we have? Can we monetize? We are talking about now carbon credit, carbon finance. But are we ahead as scientists and say, look, if we are not careful, we shall lose a lot of genetics. What do we do now? What do we monetize? Can we get a survey, get to know the stock of the genetics in a particular country and monetize it? Can it be made to be like collateral of something? So that the science will continue being funded and more knowledge discovery, more mitigation approaches are generated by scientists, so that we all make sure that our generations to come will continue enjoying the biodiversity that we have now. And at the same time, we'll even enjoy the investments that these resources that we have now can attract as a country for development. That is it. You know, everything revolves around money. You want to do research, it requires money. You want to visit some forest, you want to go to Kumbifora, it requires money. The decision makers, as I told you, are people who do not even understand. Even this NMK here, the person who controls the money, the head of accounts, the head of finance, they are arriving here only to keep the money. They don't care whether, they don't care what you are talking about. Say, oh, we have a repository of research. We have, what he wants to see is money. What is his money going to do? In fact, you are going to collect leaves and roots. This one can wait. That's what they say. Isn't it so? You are researchers. Is it true? This one can wait. No. This one, in fact, there are floods now in Nairobi. The government has said we mobilize all the resources from parastatals back to national government. to confront this menace, not knowing that they are destroying the very basic resources that always informs of the resources they are talking about. So as I conclude, allow me to once again invite our guests to take advantage of their visit to sample the beautiful sights, sounds, the flora and the fauna that form the magnificent tapestry of our nation. Take some time to visit our parks, as the speaker said, and witness the big five in their habitat. And if you are pressed for time, please just visit the Nairobi Orphanage, which will be sufficient for now to give you a taste of what is in store as you plan your next visit to Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, it is now my honor and privilege to declare the first National Museums of Kenya, Association of Kenya Entomologists, Joint International Scientific Conference 2024 officially open. Thank you, and God bless you.
Without breaking protocol, when the chief guest has spoken, normally nothing else is said, but we have a few items that we would like to request for your permission to proceed with, and one is the launch of a book, and that book is translating our hard science into what can be understood by the ordinary people. And I would like to welcome the lead author of the book, the Field Guide to the Plants of Ngong Hills, Dr. Paul Kirika, to give a few remarks, after which I will request our DG to ask our chief guest to launch the book. Dr. Kirika, please.
Thank you. The chief guest, Mr. Felix Kosgei, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, PS, State Department of Wildlife, the Chairman, Board of Directors, the Director General, National Museums of Kenya, distinguished keynote speakers, researchers, the authors of A Field Guide to the Plants of Ngong Hills, Mr. Paul Kirika, Geoffrey Mwachara, Judith Nyamai, Itambo Malombe, are pleased to share with you the first compendium of the plant diversity of Ngong Hills, which is the culmination of a 3-year journey that started way back in 2022. The idea of producing this book was conceived during a biodiversity survey to inform establishment of extra wind turbines for power production commissioned by KenGen in 2019 to 2021 and coordinated by Dr. Taita Terrell, the current Director of National Repository and Research. During the study, we realized there was little and scattered plant diversity information for Ngong Hills, which was available, yet it is among the most popular tourist destinations around Nairobi. The aim of producing this book is therefore to make plant diversity information available in a simplified form that can easily be understood by the general public with basic education. As you may be aware, botanical information is usually contained in resources only accessible to scientists and in a language that only scientists can understand. This book is also meant to enrich the experience of the over 36,000 visitors who visit Gong Hills yearly by helping them learn and appreciate the rich plant diversity of the Gong Hills. It is further addresses the clarion call for Convention on Biological Diversity's Global Biodiversity Framework to strategically help to ease pressure on species by 2030 and living in harmony with nature by 2050. The NMK, the National Museums of Kenya, is the lead institution in documentation and preservation of our national biodiversity. Comprehensive documentation of the species in Gong Hills and other locations builds on a strong foundation to understand iconic biodiversity, their distribution, and guide in their conservation for the benefit of the current and future generations. In addition, the book will help the resource managers to adopt appropriate conservation interventions and inform rehabilitation efforts. Phase 1 of the preparation of this book involved compilation and analysis of all the species documented from Gong Hills, contained in the rich botanical collections housed at the East African Herbarium of the Botany Department. The collections are part of the 1.2 million voucher specimens collected since the late 19th century. That's over 130 years ago. Phase 2 involved field surveys to complement the specimen data and fill in the gaps. In addition, the field surveys were used to take high-quality images of different plant species. And finally, the write-up, which involved sitting for long hours in compiling and editing the text. We are happy to let you know that the team is currently embarking on the preparation of another field guide to the plants of Karura Forest with the hope of eventually covering all the green spaces in Nairobi County. We hope such initiatives could be incorporated in the institution's strategic plan to widen the scope and to cover other components of biodiversity. The preparation of this book could not have been possible without the support of the Director General, National Museums of Kenya, the Director of National Repository and Research, and the Head of Botany Department, our partner, Nature Kenya, who supported the field surveys and the production of the book, the Director, Kenya Forest Service, who granted us permission to study, photograph, and collect plant specimens from Gong Hills. We were also supported by colleagues and other individuals to whom we are very grateful. Thank you.
May I kindly request the Director General to request the chief guest to launch the book.
It's a great honor for for me to come back here again for this wonderful product. Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, the National Museums of Kenya drives every sector of this country, and from academics to research, conservation, agriculture. Because what is in this book about 8, 10 plant species. This is our heritage. And unless we give these plant species names, people may not know the value of conserving them. So I want to invite you to launch this book, among many others we are writing, so that the people of Kenya can benefit from the research that takes place from NMK. And I want to invite the authors. Can? They are botanists. We are also botanists. Eh?
I love botany.
Okay.
You're a beekeeper. Yes,
I do both. One is missing. Could I allow you to be chief of staff? Can you come just at the bottom there? Oh, we come. The chief of staff.
Wait.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. I think what I was saying, I didn't realize that I was still behind. It looks like you took written in every single language. The politicians and other people will understand. So, congratulations, and we expect more. Thank you.
With your permission, there is a small gift from the Director General and the NMK to the chief guest.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say so that you all heard our chief guest speaking, and we are requesting him to He's a scientist.
Now, as we come to close, just one final item. We want to have a group photo outside at the main stairs, and I would like to request Christine to organize that. So we will allow the guests to move outside, and then we will proceed. Then after that, we will have a short break, then come and complete the keynote for Dr. Mwachala, and then break.
2, 1, 2.
Good afternoon, delegates. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, delegates. Testing, testing. We would like to inform the delegates who are outside that this session is continuing in the next 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Delegates who are outside, we kindly ask you to congregate inside because the session is continuing in 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I will do my best to go through the remaining part of my presentation. And I had just reached the last stages of the background where I had begun talking about floras. The plants of Kenya were documented in two previous initiatives. The flora of tropical Africa, which is on the left in the projection, and subsequently the flora of tropical East Africa. I will say a little bit more about those. Those of you who work with plants on a regular basis, you'll know that I have obviously glossed over something. We do have other works, like Kenya trees and shrubs, Kenya trees, shrubs, and lianas. We do have other works like the Upland Kenya wildflowers. But most of these other works do not consider them floras because they are either specific to the growth form of the plants they are talking about, which then does not accurately cover the diversity that we see. There are also very specific books like the Acacias, A Guide to the Acacias of Kenya, and many more, which we'll mention. Within our project, we have published three books, and these are still not floras. They are very site-specific books. Even when you look at a relatively new book that we have done under the project, such as the Common Plants of Africa, you find that these are very selected species. When we did the Guide to the Plants of Mount Kenya, also under the Flora project, also it was a very localized and they were selected species. In floras, such as the ones I've talked about, we try and document all diversity. So these old floras had a few points which led us to our project. Of course, the flora of tropical Africa, dating from the 1800s, is so outdated that one, the coverage was too broad. Dealing with all of tropical Africa in one series of works was not really realistic. In those days, the communication, for example, between colleagues working in West and Central Africa was different. They worked with different approaches. The colleagues working in East Africa worked differently, and the communication with colleagues working in South Africa was almost non-existent. So you find that we only refer to the flora of tropical Africa in cases where we maybe need to resolve issues around typification and status of nomenclature and so on. The flora of tropical East Africa, which was on the previous slide, was the latest work to document all the vascular plants of tropical East Africa. You may ask yourself, why do you say tropical East Africa? Isn't it a fact that East Africa is tropical? Well, it's just a question of terminology and nomenclature. The flora of tropical East Africa was written between 1948 and 2012. And I was fortunate to be involved in many processes in putting together parts of the flora over the last 25 years or so. So we identified these weaknesses where we have the illustrations were like line drawings drawn from dried specimens. So you find that these were really only accessible to skilled people, to trained botanists who are able to interpret those drawings illustrating the book. Within the context of Kenya, the flora used the administrative divisions which were in effect at that time. So you'll find that these were probably the administrative divisions from about 1938 or 36, and you'll see them shortly. We found that the coverage was such that taxa were underrepresented. This is because there were not available resources to carry out very intensive and targeted field investigations to inform what went into the flora. In fact, the flora of tropical East Africa was largely written from herbarium and museum collections, mostly based here at the National Museums of Kenya, at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, and a few contributions from colleagues in Brussels and Paris. Most families and genera had not been reviewed or revised as we do the taxonomy of not only plants but various groups. New knowledge comes in, new methodologies, and this enables us to revise classifications, concepts of genera and species sometimes change. Plants are sometimes moved from one plant family to another one as we begin to understand the natural relationships between those plants. Until towards the tail end of the Flora of Tropical East Africa writing, a lot of the work was based on a natural classification system. And for the biologists who are in the room, you of course would agree with me that in the modern world, we do not work with natural classifications anymore. We work with phylogenetic classifications. And this approach enables us to revise all classifications and sometimes be able to really make some radical suggestions, discover the natural phylogenetic relationships, i.e. shared ancestry, and be able to put together more objective groupings of plants. So these were the shortcomings that our new Flora of Kenya project seeks to address. As I had said earlier, the Flora of Tropical East Africa was written according to the mapping divisions which were there at that time. If you look at that map, you find that it has these strange geographical divisions labeled from K1 to K7. And as you can see in the illustration in the map, that is what they represent. Now, if we look at a division, for example, as K1, what does it mean? Ecologically, does it make sense? Climatically, does it make sense? No, it doesn't. These were simply administrative divisions which were conveniently adopted for this purpose. These are the new geographical divisions of Kenya since 2010, and this is what we'll be looking at when we want to go forward. But, so what did we want to do in this project? We wanted to document the biodiversity, enhance collaborative field inventory, capacity building for young scientists, and fostering exchange between the partners involved in this collaboration. So this is what we are undertaking in this project, to document all the vascular plants of Kenya, including ferns and fern allies, but not including lower plants like liverworts and mosses and so on. And as I mentioned in the beginning, this is a collaborative project driven by the National Museums of Kenya and the Sino-Africa Joint Research Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as the Wuhan Botanic Garden of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I had just mentioned about the diversity of plants. You find, just like we did in the Flora of Tropical East Africa, we will also document naturalized plants. This is because they are quite a significant part of our landscape, and we feel that leaving them out will sort of weaken what we are trying to achieve. In terms of new phylogenetic systems, I had already mentioned the phylogenetic systems, and here we are adopting the Angiosperm phylogeny group APG4 classification system, which aims to categorize plant diversity on the basis of shared ancestry. Our flora will be published in English, in printed and online platforms in 31 volumes. As I outlined, those are the components. We have field investigation, and very importantly, we had to insert a component of herbarium and laboratory work. This is related to what I've just said. One, about natural phylogenetic classifications. We may need to study certain markers to be able to do this, as well as the herbarium. The herbarium enables us to make reference to authenticated specimens, including type specimens. Most herbaria, including the herbarium at the National Museums of Kenya, has a huge botanical library, which can help us resolve certain questions about the plants that we are studying. So these are areas where we really must pay a lot of attention to the herbarium. In fact, the work we do in the herbarium is what informs what we are going to do in the field when we carry out the field investigation. We need to spend quite a lot of effort looking at the literature. Taxonomic botany literature goes to back up to 1st May 1753. That is the reference date. So we find that when we are dealing with really taxonomic and nomenclaturally challenging groups of plants, then sometimes the literature work we have to do is extremely vast. And this is what enables us to make those decisions as we go towards publication of the flora. And as I've said before, to sustain our contribution to plant conservation, we have to build capacity of the new generation. In this country, as was mentioned by the VIP guests, that there are some frameworks which we need to abide by when doing this kind of work. And therefore, the first thing we do is to make sure that we have all the right authorizations and permits to enable us to do this kind of work. And this is really critical. After we have those ones, then we put together the teams that need to work there. Apart from colleagues from Sajorek and Wuhan Botanic Garden, we also have colleagues from Kenya Wildlife Service, Kenya Forest Service, the Wildlife Research and Training Institute, and we also prefer to have community representatives and, whenever possible, students working with us. This is because we like our communities in the counties to be able to understand what we are trying to do, so that over time they can use the work we generate to inform their priorities in land use and so on. We have a protocol for identifying the research localities, and those are the ones that I've outlined there. I'm not going to read them out. And then we go to the field and we start working. How do we collect this information during field investigation? One, as most of you have seen botanists driving around the countryside, stopping and looking at vegetation, sometimes we do this, we call it opportunistic, because the weather conditions may be particularly good, and then you are spotting plants which are otherwise difficult to spot. So we seize that opportunity to use it to inform our work. There's also an approach called the plotless landscape defined sampling method, which was published some years ago by colleagues at Oxford, which is very suitable when we are working, especially in large areas of tracts of land. Like if you want to do a rapid survey of the composition of the vegetation on huge mountains like Kiangombe, for example, or Endau, this method is particularly suited for that kind of landscape. Then we have line transects for systematic sampling. These are usually much more suited to localized areas. If you are sampling Kakamega forests, this is one of the methods that we would recommend, because it maximizes the possibility of us capturing all the diversity that exists in that locality. So just an illustration of some of the things that we are doing. Colleagues from NMK, and I think colleagues from KU, doing this documentation of diversity on Mount Kasigao. What kind of information do we collect when we are collecting information for the purposes of AFLORA? This is what we do. I've written very many things, but I think the 4 critical things are the 4 W's that we must always capture. What was it? Where was it? Who did it? And when? That is like really minimum data that we can capture. But going forward, we want to improve the value of the data we collect, not only for the FLORA purposes, but for other purposes as well. So you find that, for example, we have put in items to do on use, on language, we need the geographical coordinates, and so on. And probably going forward, we'd even be recording the time of the day when we do this, because plants do different things at different times of the day. That may sound a bit far-fetched, but if you've observed plants, especially in relation to pollinators, then I think you would know what I'm talking about. And as I said earlier, most of our field investigations are collaborative. We have representatives here. For example, we have colleagues from Wuhan Botanic Garden, NMK, Kenya Forest Service, Kenyatta University, who were documenting the diversity of the North Nandi forest. And I think there will soon be a publication out of this expedition. I'd spoken of line drawings, and I bring them back. As much as I had condemned them to say that they are not good enough, but there are cases where high-resolution color photos are not possible. One, because the plants are difficult to spot in the field. So you may have to resort to line drawings from previous publications. But we hope that we'll be able to minimize this. Or we may make fresh line drawings from existing preserved specimens to illustrate those characteristic features which distinguish that plant from the others. When we get back from the field to the herbarium, we have to process all material we get according to herbarium protocols. And there are standard works which document what those protocols are, especially the work of Bridson and Foreman, and there have been many more after that, which tell you exactly how to make sure you don't lose your specimens, but also you don't threaten the collections in the herbarium, and also you optimize the value of your specimens for future work. According to the stipulations of the material transfer agreement, prior informed consent, all those things that the previous guests, such as the principal secretary said, we have to abide by them. I had said at the beginning that we need the permits and authority to go and do things in the field. Once we bring the materials back, there is also stipulated in those documents the procedures for processing those materials and, if necessary, moving them out of the territory of Kenya for further research. Most of the time when we collect materials, we always try to take care so that we have material, minimum quantities of material, which we may need to sequence in order to deal with groups where relationships are yet to be resolved. What is this thing I keep talking about, a herbarium? There it is. A herbarium is just a collection of dried, pressed plants with the accompanying field notes. The plant should have good characters on it, flowers, fruits if possible, well preserved. It has a barcode to help us manage the information which we have digitized, and it has a paper capsule where if a fragment falls off the specimen, we don't throw it away. We simply preserve it there, and it can inform future works. So what do you find in this flora? We provide identification keys in the 31 volumes that we are going to publish. For the flora of Kenya, for example, we have identification keys for the families in the first volume, for genera in the appropriate family, and for species in the appropriate genera. We have species descriptions, we have nomenclatural citation and typification. Every properly described and published species has a type specimen, the specimen to which that name is permanently referenced to. And this type, there is always one type specimen which is correct at any one time, and this is a global network of systems. We do have a collection of types here, and all other herbaria and museums dealing with flora and fauna also have to deal with typification. We have already talked about maps. Now we talk about images. Previous speakers today said that our work is not accessible. It's too complicated. And we try to address this by using mostly high-resolution images taken in the field of living plants, unless this is not possible. However, some plants, let's say for example, if I think of Galinsoga parviflora, you find that some of the distinguishing features are very, very small, very difficult to observe, which distinguish between species. So in which case, we may amplify the portrayal of those features through line drawings or by macro photography of those distinguishing features. Let's say, for example, during this work that I'm describing, since we started in the first phase, for example, we have discovered species which are new to science, I think 10 of them. And how do we illustrate them for this purpose or for any other peer-reviewed publication? Is we take photographs which emphasize the distinctive features between this taxon and its nearest relative. And this is, for example, what we do. We bring them out. You can see, like in this species of Zenaria in the Cucurbitaceae, which we found in the Taita Hills a few years ago, that each subframe emphasizes something which makes that species outstanding compared to its nearest relatives. As I had said earlier, capacity building is critical to the future of anybody working in museum work, not only in botany. As those of us who are familiar with the old story of the taxonomic impediment, you know that museums all over the world are suffering from many things, but one of them is a dwindling number of experts who can do this kind of work. So in our project, we have taken this aspect very seriously, and in fact, in the first phase, we trained 13 students at both master's and doctorate levels. And as that phase was abruptly brought to an end by the breakout of the pandemic, many things went into limbo, and it's only from this late last year that we've begun moving again. Even so, by this time we have already recruited 11 new Kenyan students for master's and doctorate positions, and these ones have already joined the training institutions. And we hope to be able to be doing this in the coming years and so on. So last year in September, we had a very happy day where we launched the first volume of the Flora of Kenya, which you can see in the corner there, the big green book. That is volume 23 of the Flora of Kenya. How is that if it's the first one? This is because the plant families which are to be treated in the flora were determined in advance and numbered. So this was the coffee family, which is volume 23. Coming up next will be Orchidaceae, which we hope will be out by the end of the year. And we really now have a good mass of students, young colleagues who have come on board. So we hope to be able to move our initiative forward speedily. Here we are. So this is what we are trying to do. We want to have the knowledge about our plants in Kenya more accessible. They are mapped according to the counties. If a plant occurs in 21 out of the 47 counties, then we will give an example from all of those 21 counties. We want to improve the relevance and the resolution of mapping. And this is one of the aspects which we are looking at, where when we are doing the field investigation, we do not just get the specimen because we want to bring it. Sometimes we get specimens to verify the occurrence, the spots where that plant occurs. For very common plants, we document them, just like it is not really efficient to keep making a specimen of every species you see, because you also don't want to be the ones threatening the survival of the diversity. So these indicators, the headings that I have taken you through, the shortcomings in the flora of tropical Africa and flora of tropical East Africa, improve relevance, update the plant diversity information in terms of classification and updating the names, building the human capacity for research and conservation, supporting the conservation of living collections as well as herbarium material. This is because maintaining herbarium and museum collections, not only is it labor intensive, it's also expensive. So this project enables us to obtain the reagents and other materials that we need to conserve our work. So this is a new way of doing things, hence turning over a leaf. We are moving away from the old days of opportunistic collection or writing floras based on specimens which were collected for other purposes to actually having a very deliberate and targeted effort. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience and for listening to me.
Once more, let's clap for Daktari for taking less time. Thank you so much. Now it has come a time when we are supposed to be able to field our questions to the three speakers. May I take this opportunity to invite Professor Raina, Professor Nyamasio, and Dr. Machala. I wanted them to be here, but I can see only two seats, so they can just sit in front here and filter in the questions. The media team, please, if you have the mics so that you can be able to share them to the others. So what we are going to do, we are going to ask at least 2 questions that will be answered on the floor per every speaker. Any other questions, please? Our rapporteur is going to pass around papers. Write your question there very clearly. The speaker will be given and it will be responded to and it will be communicated because of, in the interest of time, please. So then, as I give you this opportunity to ask these questions, may I just make brief announcements that when we get out for lunch, all registered participants, please, you go to the registration tent to pick your meal cards. And then exhibitions are ongoing. I mean, the tents are open in front of the main hall. And you are free to pass through there during all the break time. Break times. Just pass through there. They are very good things that have been exhibited. You might want to carry one home. Then the poster session is also just near the meal places. Please, while you're taking your meal, just walk around and be able to enjoy some of the work that our scientists, our young scientists, our experienced scientists have also been able to put on those posters. So having said that, please, we have 3 speakers, they are here. They are ready for your questions. Can I get their hands, please? Okay. It's too much lighter. Yes.
So thank you so much. My question is to Professor Nyamasio. He made a very serious case for the insects to the extent that even those of us who are not necessarily entomologists, we began to think the second time. Now, I wanted to find out his opinion because he made statements to the effect that a lot of the things happening, the loss of most of the insects are actually happening around the rural areas where farmers are farming and using practices that are not necessarily sustainable, using chemicals. And that point was actually related by Professor Rain as well. But the question is, I have grown in the village. I have never seen an entomologist in my village. I am telling you, I have never had anyone introduce themselves in a village meeting that I am an entomologist. Entomologists work in cities, in towns like Nairobi. How then do we address the question of farmer or the farmers doing the right thing when all professional entomologists are in cities where no agriculture takes place?
Wow.
Because we are talking.
No. Okay.
Okay. So he also talked about the question of where we need to go next. You know, talking about some of the things that we have done in the past, which have so he thinks that we need to move to some of the things like AI that he talked about. The question is, I think this thing has no battery or something like that. So is so that the graduates that are produced are those that then will address some of this and will move within that space. Is there a discussion with, you know, academic institutions to talk about issues around curriculum? Because sometimes it's worrying. You train and you get someone introduce themselves as an entomologist, and until you realize that they know only a few insects they saw in town, then you know there's a lot of work to be done. So I hope, I am talking on behalf of my grandmother. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions. One more question for Dr. Nyamasio. The rest, please, we will have to put it on paper. You'll allow us to go that way because we have the evening sessions that we have not started. For Professor Nyamasio?
Thank you very much, Professor, for your talk. I think it was touching much on the insects. My issue is on the chemical application. Pesticide to control pests. There is a lot of use of that in Kenya, all over Africa. And we know that we are losing a lot of useful insects. But what can we do so that we eliminate the issue of pesticide? Because we know they are also causing a lot of health hazards to our people. So even though we are trying to apply them so that we can get a lot of food, we are also trying to cause a lot of health problems. And the multinationals, they are the ones making a lot of money out of this, not even caring about the suffering of the people. So together with the next speaker, what can we do to deal with that? Because it's a huge problem in Africa, Kenya specifically also, and all over the world. What can we do to get back to the organic farming? Thank you so much.
Thank you for those questions. The rest, please, if you have a question for Professor Nyamasio, put your hand up. Let the rapporteur give you a paper. Please, please, please. I'm so sorry that I'm harassing you. Okay, be on the lookout, please, so that you give out those blank papers for questions. So questions for Professor Raina? Questions for Professor Raina, please? Oh. Hello there. Thank you. That's Dr. Salfa behind there, please. Someone give a mic. The media team, please assist.
Hello. Okay, mine is not really a question. And thanks for the keynote speakers for the good presentation. So by the time I was joining ISIPE, I think Professor Raina was leaving. So my question is, how do you apply for such funds? The funds that you are talking about, the ones that you are implementing in India. So is the government that applies or individual, or is it when it is when one is at more advanced stage, like at his level? So how do we access such funds?
Thank you so much, Dr. Selfa, for that question. Another question, please. Thank you. Media team, please. Is there a question here? There is a question here, please. Here. Gender balance.
Thank you. My name is Muga Moses from University of Eldoret, and I have a question to Professor Shune. Professor Shure Raina. You stated clearly you are in ISIPE. And now my question goes to apiculture. Here in Kenya we say women empowerment, kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. On apiculture, for one to be able to access a beehive, first and foremost, land is a factor of production. You must be able to access land. And most lands are accessible through parentals. However, if one comes up with an idea of a beehive and he's not able to access capital, markets, our porous markets, how can one be able to write a proposal so that it can reach the world to be able to access some grants to finance the research? Thank you.
Thank you so much for those two questions. Please, I know that there are many, many questions. I can see them on your faces. Feel free, write them. Our rapporteur is passing around papers, and I'm sure that you will get a response before our 4 days are over. And please just put up your hand, or signal the media team, and then you should be able to put your question down. Thank you. And now over to our last keynote speaker, Dr. Machala. Please, questions for Dr. Machala. Questions for Dr. Machala. Where are the botanists in the room, and even those of us who are not botanists and we want to know more about those plants? Thank you. Thank you over there. Please, media team.
I think this, my question is going to look like a lazy question. and please forgive me if it appears lazy. This is going to be a lot of work, and there will be very many volumes. And I am looking at the number of volumes and the need for access to that information by, say, a student. And I know also the restrictions that are sometimes researchers have put on the work they do. So I wanted Prof to just confirm, how accessible will this information be, particularly to students and people who want to have an understanding, but don't want to pay, like me? He said the information will be digitized, because this will be volumes and there will be many. You can't go picking all those books and walking home with them trying to study something. So how accessible will this information be? Will they provide easy access or free access, knowing that they need us to understand, or will it be both?
Thank you so much for that question. Please, on to those blank papers that you're being given, if you're asking a question, please put your contacts, or if you can, when you're asking, just let us know who you are. I have 3 questions for Dr. Mwachala, so I don't know if I give one more person on the audience, or I read one question here and then the rest I'll give him. Okay, I'm going to read. I'll take any without any preference. So to Dr. Mwachala, are you also documenting the traditional use of plants and potential use of the plants economically in your Flora of Kenya book publication? That's a question to Dr. Mwachala. There are 2 more I'll give you, and I'm sure that there are more also for our 2 professors. Now, this is the time when we should be able to receive responses from the 2 questions that were given to each of the speakers. Allow me, with a lot of humility, to call upon Professor Nyamasio to come and respond to the 2 questions. Any other, please, we'll look out for the person who is asking. That's why we are asking for the contacts. But also, you know, Professor Nyamasio, you can just again come and network. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those challenging questions. Question number 1 touches on something very common. It is not just entomologists who have refused to be devolved to the villages. All skills refuse to go to the villages, because life in the village is not as impressive as life in the cities. So once you have tested the cities, you don't want to go back. Nevertheless, in this country, we have devolved government, which means all facilities in the city should go down to the counties. Unfortunately, for entomology, we have very few of them. You may see us here being very many, but actually, if you imagine that we have over 1 million species, and each species has several components, you may find 20 people working on one insect, and all of them are supposed to use facilities which are in the city, in a laboratory, so they are all there. Second point, field entomologists are very few, are even much fewer. And I think I mentioned something to do with the complication in collecting data. When you want to collect data in the wild, it is not the same as when you are in a farm, well organized, where you design your plots from this plot and you put some standard comparison and others, or whatever you do. That becomes very easy. Go to the open space and you discover you do not know where to begin. How long is going to be your transect? 3 kilometers? Do you have the resources for that? And if you have to sample day and night, do you have the vehicle and the security? So you have very few really experienced field entomologists. Now, come to the village now where farmers are working. Our farmers, unfortunately, are totally brainwashed. We all believe in pesticides. So when they get a problem with an insect or a tick, a related one, they only look forward to somebody who can sell them chemicals. So your language becomes very complicated. They want you to go there and do some work in terms of control. That is linked to the fact that even our training, there are very few experts in pesticide application. But because they find that's where there is money, they quickly convert themselves into pesticide applicants and so on, and they make the money. But then they do the wrong thing. So now, it is going to take some time to get entomologists in the field. But here there is a solution. And the solution is linked to the second question. These days we are promoting a technology we call agroecology. Agroecology is the latest jargon in town. It's not so new, but the latest. It is not as simple as it sounds, but an agroecologist looks at all components of crop production, all of them at a go. And we have a tendency to want to fight artificial inputs like fertilizers or pesticides. We have that. So we recommend that you try as much nature-based solutions as possible, and it is possible. I don't want to market myself here, but I want to invite you to my farm one of these days. It's 10 acres land in 100 kilometers from here. It is all agroecology. We hardly use any pesticide or fertilizer. We manufacture our own compost manure. We make our own liquid foliar fertilizers from rabbit urine. We make a couple of things. So we hardly use pesticide, except when the situation has gone out of control, and there we just do very sparingly a little bit. So entomologists will find their room in the villages as soon as we can tell our farmers that your product cannot sell if it is contaminated with pesticides. They will get to it, and then they will see that the value goes higher and higher with time. Now, the same question I asked whether we are doing something to do with the curriculum development at universities. I didn't disclose. I retired from University of Nairobi 4 years ago. So I am emeritus. I don't even go there anymore. But I constantly ask my colleagues, my former colleagues, when will you review this program? If I came back, I would not teach, even use the notes I used at all. I discovered we were 20 years out of phase with the rest. Now, to be modern, we need to change the whole thing. And it has to change the whole course program. The reason why we get graduates who start looking for jobs left, right, and center, and they miss, then they end up doing other things like becoming bank tellers, is because we have trained them off-site. They cannot practice. I can tell you in the village, you can even now practice. Beekeeping, we have already been told by the professor here, how much money it generates. I didn't want to say I am also a beekeeper, and I do quite a lot of it, and it makes good money. So if it is a matter of money, you have no problem. It is a question of attitude and a change of paradigm. And we are saying by 2030, we should put the mechanisms in place to change our paradigm so that we head towards nature-based solutions all through. The second question is related to the first one also, is a question of chemical application. What do we do to eliminate use of pesticides? We need to teach the people. How do we reach them? I think we shall follow the method we are being shown by Professor Raina here. We must tell people, come and see directly what is happening. Must you use pesticides? Must you? If you are stuck, come and we find a way. The government has no choice but to come in to transition from heavy pesticide use to minimum and so forth, has some challenges and has economic implications. So government must come in and subsidize so that we transition quickly. And we can do that. Already I was talking to some farmers who are growing organic coffee. And the value for organic coffee, the selling price is much higher than anything else. In fact, 3 or 4 times the ordinary coffee. And it is in demand. So it is possible to change. So we to ask, again, it goes to agroecology, which looks into biodiversity properly. If we come to your farm and we do the sort of inventory and find that you have less diverse species, then we tell you are doing the wrong thing. You see? Thank you very much.
Okay, now we are going to hear from Professor Raina. Welcome.
Professor, somebody left this. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The first question was, how do you apply for such funds? You know, just like in India we have Sankalp program started by the World Bank, the same thing we have in Africa and in Kenya as well. Your government gets funds from the World Bank and you can apply to the ministry, concerned ministry, and get the Sankalp project. I mean, I know it's not that easy, but you have to approach through proper channel, and I guess you can get the money. It is ranging from $100,000 to $1 million. And there was a summit held in Nairobi, 24th February or 25th February on Sankalp. If you go to Google and press it, you will get it, Sankalp Africa. So that is one source you can get the money. But only thing is that they have the same clause which they have in India. They give you 70% grant, then they wait until the technology becomes sustainable. So you can find out from there. The other donors are, the universities can apply to European Union directly, to IDRC for small grants, for US aid for small grants, and university or NGOs, but normally university gets it very easily. So if you are applying, if you are in some university, I think the first speaker is in some university. Am I right? So you can apply through the university and you may get that grant. That is one source. The second speaker says that if he is a farmer and he wants to apply a loan, if he has parents' land, then it is possible. Then you can get agricultural loan in Kenya. You can get commercial agriculture loan and also from Bank of Kenya. There is a provision for the farmers, but you need 2-3 things, that you have to have KYC document, and of course the security, you have to keep your land. If you do not have land, then it is challenging. Because in India it is not challenging. If you do not have land, government gives you the subsidy. Almost 0% charge. They give you that kind of loan. But every country has its own this thing. I don't know about the Kenya. But if you have land, then it's possible. Get the loan, soft loan from these banks. Start the beehives, and definitely you get the money from beehives. You get some training first, and you go to Mwingi. Mwingi is the best place which I have developed the marketplace there. And you can get the whole training there. Or you can go to Kakamega as well. There also we have Mombasa, but Mombasa bees are not very promising because of the coastal region. This is high humidity, bees don't do well. But bees do very well in Mwingi. You get a lot of honey from Mwingi, and also from Kakamega to some extent. Second is Kakamega. And many other places are there which produce a lot of honey in Kenya. So you can do that one. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And now we go to our Yes, Dr. Machala, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will keep my reactions very brief because as we are aware, we have rather a lot of work to go through. The first question I received is access to information contained in the flora. And the delegate who asked the question wondered if he was being lazy. If you went to university, at least in Kenya, and did botany, do you know which the least popular course in botany was? Plant taxonomy. Is that not?
A powerful colleague who has been helping me around. Please just at least tell them your name. Yeah, she's Mildred Juma from NMK, has been doing a lot of work, though silently. So I would want to, we want to acknowledge our keynote speakers, and this is not for me. I'm going to call some dignitaries here to be able to just say thank you. And this is coming from you and me. So feel free as a participant that you, in one small or big way, you are also appreciating our speakers, okay? So I'm going to call upon Dr. Jane Macharia to come and present a gift to the first keynote speaker, Professor Emeritus Gideon H. N. Nyamasio. At least today I can say all the names. Prof, please welcome Dr. Macharia. Karibu sana. Sophia, please. So you can say 2 or 3 words, please. Tunasema nini watu wa Kenya? Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we are going to say thank you to Professor Raina. Prof, I'm told you have even great-grandchildren in the room as per the academia. So may I call upon Dr. Ruth Gadu to come and say something and then give the present to Professor Raina.
Good afternoon. I think I feel honored to present a gift to Professor Raina. When I was in ISIPE for about 12 or 13 years, he was actually my mentor in as much as I was in another department, and I have a bias on biological control. Karibu nyumbani tena, Prof.
Sorry for those who are non-Kenyans, that is just saying thank you so much. Then lastly, we have, I'm going to call upon our brother, Dr. Stephen. Sometimes I pronounce it badly, but today I pray that I pronounce it correctly. Dr. Stephen Njoka. Can we clap as he comes? Dr. Machala, welcome, please. We are so honored to have had that very powerful speech from you. You can say something.
Thank you. I think my best subject at university was botany. I was the best collector under Professor Kokwaro in the year 1978 up to 81 of plants in East Africa. I was nodding when Dr. Mwachara was telling us about plants and feeling so nice, so good. In fact, I had collected I had made a collection, a herbarium, and I have lived with that herbarium for like 30 years. But when I did that herbarium at the University of Nairobi, a classmate of mine who passed on about a month ago came to me and told me, you know, we were young people. Now the professor said they are not going to be marked. What will you do? You get? And you know how much energy, as he says, you put in a herbarium. So I'm very proud of you and the work you have done, Dr. Mwachara. Asante sana.
So thank you so much for being very patient. Our session is over, and I will just still say that our lunch is outside there. It's very good lunch. Please make sure that you enjoy, but even as you eat, still some time, and pass through the exhibition, very nice things